Good morning and welcome to Around the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Nigeria calls for regional collaboration to boost animal feed industry. Federal government established agricultural mechanization centers across 6 geopolitical zones. Lagos Governor Sanwo-Olu commends Tinubu for increased state and local government allocations. Governor Otu commends the Navy's dedication, promises stronger maritime security partnership. On the foreign scene, global pressure mounts on Libya over migrant abuse and mass graves. Colombian President Petro suspends U.S. intelligence cooperation over Caribbean boat strikes. EU member states seek another year-long delay for anti-deforestation import law. I am Aneke. Now the news in detail. The federal government has identified poor quality and insufficient animal feed as one of the key challenges limiting livestock productivity across Nigeria, ECOWAS and the Sahel region, according to the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, Dr. Chinyere Ijoma Akujobi. The challenge has heightened farmers' vulnerability and constrained regional food output despite abundant natural resources. Dr. Akujobi, who spoke at a regional workshop on the development of the animal feed industry, noted that limited industrial capacity, heavy reliance on imported inputs, and weak regional coordination have undermined the livestock sector's contribution to food security. She emphasized that environmental pressures and climate variability have worsened the situation. The Permanent Secretary had said Nigeria is taking a leadership role through its National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, NLGAS 2025 to 2035, designed to stimulate local feed production, create jobs and reduce import dependence. The initiative, she added, will also help strengthen food sovereignty and foster regional trade integration. Dr. Akujobi urged ECOWAS member states to align policies and share best practices to achieve a resilient animal feed value chain. She stressed that coordinated investments in research, feed mills and quality control facilities would improve productivity and ensure sustainable livestock farming across the sub-region. The federal government has unveiled plans to establish agricultural mechanization service centers across all 6 geopolitical zones to modernize Nigeria's farming operations. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, made the announcement during the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers (NIAE) conference in Ilorin. Kyari explained that the initiative will promote training, repairs, and standardization of agricultural machinery. He said the centers will serve as hubs for innovation, ensuring that mechanization is not limited to equipment procurement but extends to maintenance, local assembly and capacity building for technicians. He stressed that mechanization is critical to achieving food security and reducing the cost of production. The minister called for stronger collaboration between government agencies, private investors and academic institutions to develop homegrown technologies tailored to Nigeria's soil and climate conditions. Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak endorsed the plan describing mechanization as the most effective strategy for addressing the nation's food crisis. He said Kwara had already distributed tractors, plows and other implements to over 10,000 farmers, boosting productivity for crops such as rice, maize and cassava. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has reaffirmed its decision to enforce a complete ban on the production and sale of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small bottles below 200 milliliters starting next month. The agency warned that no further extensions will be granted beyond the December deadline. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye said the policy is part of the agency's public health mandate to protect vulnerable groups, particularly minors and young adults, from the dangers of alcohol misuse. She said the widespread consumption of cheap, high-alcohol sachets had led to serious social and health challenges. Professor Adeyeye explained that sachet alcohols are easily accessible, affordable and concealable, which makes them highly prone to abuse, shielding their proliferation to domestic violence, school dropouts and drug addiction, describing the situation as a national security concern. The NAFDAC board recalled that the ban was first agreed upon in 2018 through a joint resolution between the agency, the Federal Ministry of Health and industry players. She said manufacturers have had ample time to adjust production lines and should now comply fully with the policy in the public interest. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for implementing fiscal reforms that have significantly increased funding to state and local governments. He made the remark at a public lecture in Kaduna to mark Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. Governor Sanwo-Olu said allocations to state governments rose by 62% between 2023 and 2024, while local government councils saw a 47% increase. He noted that reforms under the Renewed Hope agenda, such as VAT redistribution and fiscal autonomy for local councils, has strengthened grassroots governance. The governor said these financial reforms have ensured that no subnational government could claim lack of funds as an excuse for poor performance. He emphasized that fiscal transparency and prudent management must now be the new standard in governance. Sanwo-Olu also highlighted President Tinubu's ongoing plan to restructure Nigeria's security architecture through the creation of state police. He urged citizens to support homegrown solutions to security challenges and to work collectively toward unity and development. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming Benin City into a modern metropolis through massive infrastructural projects. He made the declaration while inspecting ongoing works to mark his first anniversary in office. The inspection covered several strategic sites, including the Adesuwa Junction flyover, the 32-kilometer Benin-Sapele Highway, and the 23-kilometer Old Benin-Sapele Road. The governor also visited Ekiowa-Ogbowo corridor and the community roads in Okeke, assuring residents of timely completion. Governor Okpebholo expressed satisfaction with the pace of work and emphasized that the projects are funded through transparent public budgeting. He said his vision is to beautify Benin City and position Edo as a model for urban renewal. He also announced plans to provide solar-powered energy and security infrastructure for Army Day Secondary School, which has been fully renovated. The governor assured citizens that his administration works day and night to deliver the dividend of democracy without diversion of public funds. Cross River State Governor Senator Basiotu has pledged to deepen collaboration with the Nigerian Navy to enhance maritime security and safeguard the state's coastal assets. The governor made the pledge while receiving the new flag officer commanding Eastern Naval Command, Rear Admiral Chidozie Okehe, at Government House, Calabar. Governor Otto described the Navy as a dependable partner in maintaining peace across the state's waterways. He commended its role in curbing illegal activities such as oil theft, smuggling and piracy, which have threatened economic stability in coastal communities. The governor said his administration considers security a top priority and would provide logistical and infrastructural support to the Navy. He also acknowledged the command's extensive knowledge of Cross River's marine terrain, which enhances their operational effectiveness. Rear Admiral Okehe expressed gratitude for the warm reception and assured the governor of the Navy's readiness to strengthen operations in the region. He said his posting to Calabar was a homecoming, giving his earlier service in the area. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has presented certificates of return to Anambra State Governor-elect Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo and his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. The ceremony held at INEC headquarters in Awka attracted top officials, political stakeholders, and jubilant supporters. Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Elizabeth Agu congratulated the governor-elect and urged him to govern with transparency and accountability. She said leadership is a sacred trust and must be used to uplift the people. INEC National Commissioner Kenneth Ukeagu commended the peaceful conduct of the elections, describing the presentation as the final seal in a credible democratic process. He called on all candidates to unite behind the new administration for a stronger Anambra. In call to service, he pledged to focus on economic expansion, infrastructure renewal, education reform and security, promising a people-driven administration anchored on excellence and fairness. Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, Dr. Danladi Jatau, has expressed confidence that the ruling All Progressives Congress APC will remain chairman in Lafia. Dr. Jatau said that Governor Abdullahi Sole's performance has continued to attract new supporters and lawmakers from opposition parties. He commended the governor for his infrastructural and social development projects across the state. The speaker called on APC stakeholders to sustain unity and cooperation for the party's progress. He reiterated that harmony among members would guarantee continued success at the polls. Earlier, leader of the delegation, Umar Ali, who is APC chairman for Lafia local government area, said the visit was to strengthen ties between lawmakers and party officials, his leadership, and reaffirm the party's loyalty to Governor Sole's administration. The Enugu state government has launched a digital survey management system aimed at eradicating land fraud and promoting transparent land administration. The innovation marks the full transition from analog to digital processing of survey data in the state. State Surveyor General Surveyor Chime Justice said the system creates a tamper-proof database that stores survey records, coordinates and professional sales, thereby ensuring transparency and traceability. He explained that once data are entered into the system, they cannot be altered without accountability. Surveyor Justice prevents duplication and safeguard ownership rights. He called on surveyors, developers and property owners to key into the reform to secure their investment and professional integrity. Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors NIS Enugu Chapter, Surveyor Emmanuel Namani, described the initiative as revolutionary. He commended Governor Pitemba for investing in modern survey tools such as drones and GPS technology to enhance precision and attract investors. The monthly Nkataumibwe dialogue in Enugu has focused on promoting justice, fairness, and the preservation of human dignity within Igbo communities. The event held at the Center for Memories attracted rights advocates and cultural leaders. Participants discussed the intersection between traditional Igbo values and universal human rights standards. They emphasized that communal accountability and equity have long been embedded in Igbo culture and can complement modern governance. Speakers noted that reawakening traditional mechanisms for fairness could help address social challenges such as youth exclusion, domestic violence, and corruption.
The November edition of Nkata Umuibe, held at the Center for Memories in Enugu, examined the state of human rights in Igbo land under the theme Ndụ Mmiri Ndụ Azụ. Guest speaker and human rights advocate Mr. Larry Ogwego emphasized the interdependence between people and community, likening it to that of water and fish. He traced the
talking about Ndụ Mmiri Ndụ Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azu. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and us, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndụ Mmiri Ndụ Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, all of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo.
Mr. Ogwego urged Ndi Igbo to revive communal values and use their strength to protect the vulnerable. The session, moderated by Mavis Norma, called on learning institutions to champion the restoration of human rights and dignity across our Igbo. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you, Chidimai Kemede, for that report. You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nigeria calls for regional collaboration to boost animal feed industry. Federal government to establish agricultural mechanization centers across 6 geopolitical zones. NAFDAC to ensure total ban on sachet alcohol next month, no further extension. Coming up shortly, global pressure mounts on Libya over migrant abuse and mass graves. Italy braces for competing national strikes against Meloni's 2026 budget. Please stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. Now moving to the foreign scene. Libya came under intense global scrutiny at the United Nations meeting in Geneva on Tuesday, as several member states demanded the immediate closure of migrant detention centers where severe human rights abuses have been reported. The centers, which serve as a critical transit point for Africans attempting to reach Europe, have long been linked to allegations of torture, forced labor, and extrajudicial killings. Rights organizations have consistently accused Libyan authorities and armed groups of detaining thousands of migrants under inhumane conditions. Representatives from Britain, Spain, Norway, and Sierra Leone voiced strong condemnation of the situation, calling for unrestricted access for UN investigators and humanitarian agencies to the detention facilities. Britain particularly urged Libya to allow inspections of recently discovered mass graves where bodies of migrants reportedly bore gunshot wounds, suggesting possible extrajudicial executions. Human rights groups also released an open letter demanding concrete reforms, stressing the armed groups operating in Libya continue to commit atrocities with total impunity. Libya's acting Minister of Foreign Affairs under the UN-backed government, El Hatta Salem M. El Boa, openly admitted the depth of the human rights challenges facing his country. He told delegates that he was not there to paint a perfect picture, acknowledging both the humanitarian crisis and the immense pressure placed on Libya by the influx of migrants. Despite internal divisions, he emphasized that Libya is making concerted efforts to manage migration responsibly within the framework of its fragile transitional government. Italy is preparing for two nationwide strikes to highlight deep divisions within the country. Labour movement and signal the collapse of short-lived alliance among major trade unions. The strikes are being organized in response to Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's proposed 2026 national budget, which Labour leaders argue prioritizes defense spending over the welfare of ordinary Italians. The upcoming actions mark a new phase of worker unrest in Europe's third largest economy, which is already facing inflationary pressures and slowing growth. The union Sindacale, the base USB, one of Italy's most radical labor groups, has called for a general strike on November 28 to be followed by a mass demonstration in Rome on November 29. The union says its protests will also denounce Italy's military support for Israel, reflecting its broader anti-establishment agenda. Meanwhile, the country's largest and more moderate trade union, CGIL, representing about 5 million workers, has announced a separate national strike on December 12, focusing primarily on wage stagnation and reduced investment in public services. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has ordered the country's security forces to immediately suspend all intelligence sharing with the United States, escalating tensions between the two traditional allies. The decision follows allegations that U.S. forces carried out unauthorized strikes on boats in Caribbean, an incident Petro described as a violation of Colombia's sovereignty and an affront to human rights. His directive marks one of the most dramatic shifts yet in Colombia's decades-long partnership with Washington in combating drug trafficking. In a statement posted on X, President Petro said the fight against narcotics must henceforth be subordinated to the human rights of the Caribbean people. The move underscores his administration's growing discomfort with what it views as the militarization of anti-drug operations and the collateral damage caused to civilian populations. Petro has repeatedly advocated for a new approach that prioritizes social development and rehabilitation over armed enforcement. And back home here in Nigeria, the Enugu State Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, has rolled out the second phase of its free prepaid meter distribution under Tranche B of the Meter Acquisition Fund, MAF program, initiated by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The exercise, according to EEDC's Group Head of Corporate Communications, Mr. Aneke, targets unmetered customers on Band A feeders across the Southeast region, as they announced that 13,335 customers, including those of EEDC subsidiaries, will benefit from these fees, which commenced on November 2, 2025, following a customer validation process. He emphasized that the meters and their installation are entirely free of charge, warning customers against offering payments or inducements to installers. He further urged customers to update their contact details at designated EEDC offices to facilitate smooth meter deployment.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot. Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but
in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Aqua, water. Water is life, ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1990.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and a beautiful morning to everyone. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV. Your daily dose of brightness and joy. I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to everyone watching. It's another pleasant day. It's good to have you here. I am Aneke Princess. Thank you for joining us once again on another edition on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with positivity and purpose.
All right. Deborah,
Yeah.
Princess, good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
you this morning?
Good morning, sir.
I'm
You
pretty
rested very
good.
well.
Yes.
You're looking good.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at your desk, in traffic, making breakfast, or just relaxing, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We are here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, it's Wednesday, 12th November 2025. It's another new edition of Sunrise. So, of course, today it's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, hot topics, and that sunrise vibe to help you on your day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Let the sunshine in, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, today's sunrise, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day, with something thoughtful, with words that are inspiring to shift our perspective and help us stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the news updates you need to remain informed will be served, hot and tasty.
Then we'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you global fun holidays or celebrations to lift your spirits and keep you smiling.
Alright, now to our morning show inspiration segment. Here's something to brighten your day and get you thinking. A quote by Justin Wright that says, "Treat people well. It's the only investment that never loses value." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Justin Wright. It says, "Treat people well. It's the only investment that never loses value." Now that's a powerful reminder. It isn't in a world where people invest in stock, properties and businesses. This quote reminds us of one timeless truth, which is kindness and respect never depreciates. And when you treat others well, whether it's a colleague, a stranger, or even someone, when you treat them right, that it's a value that you're not going to lose. Okay, now opportunities. If you're treating a colleague or a stranger or even someone who disagrees with you, just know that you're planting seeds of goodwill that always yield return. And then when you think about it, opportunities, trust and genuine relationship all go from how we treat people. Although money can fade, fame can vanish, but good character and kindness, they leave a lasting legacy. Like this quote coming from Justin Wright says, "Treat people well. It's the only investment that never loses value." Simply what this quote is actually trying to tell us again is that we should treat other people. There's another quote this reminds me about in treat people the way you want to be treated. Now, if you're treating people right, Princess, this quote now, if you're treating people right, there's this value, not that there's this value that adds to you. Yes. Now people know you as someone, let's use the word good, as a good person. When you treat somebody right, like for instance, I treat you in a right way or a bad way, now definitely now people looking outside would see, okay, I'm treating Princess, I'm treating you right and everything. Now what this quote actually is trying to say is that if you treat people right, if I treat you right, now other people who you're not, the focus is not on them. Now the focus is the way I treat you, the way I relate with people. Now the focus is in this area. Now people watching from outside will see, okay, that this is the way I treat people, and that means they value me more. In fact, it's what I'm known for. Should I say it's another brand of me, another version of me. Like people use it to refer to you. Now wherever you go, wherever you find yourself, wherever I find myself, I notice everybody wants to freely relate with me. For example, yes, because I'm a good person, because I treat not only you, but I treat everybody I come in contact with. So I would like to know your own take on this quote coming from Justin Wright.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So yes, it's a very beautiful quote. It's a very beautiful quote, and life is beautiful. Actually, life is very beautiful, and if we take it one day at a time, implementing these beautiful things that have already been thought about and spoken by people ahead of us, we would see that we will have a very beautiful life. And now we know that mankind, humans, we are actually social beings. We are meant to relate, we are meant to interact, we were created to interact with others. There's no such thing as an island. There's no such person as an island. Everyone needs each other. So if I break my bond with Mr. Uche, for example, if I sever my bond or sever my relationship with Mr. Uche, I would be losing out on opportunities. Not just opportunities, it can be as simple as advice, comfort, direction that can come from someone who I would have spoken to, or rather someone who I have a relation with. But then because I misplaced my priorities, I spoke to the person rudely, I would not have that privilege again. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that you and I, we were all meant to be what? Social beings. And in that, so being social means to interact. And in that, our interaction, rather than interacting in a rude way, harsh way, or in a bad way with people, we have to relate properly, not just with people outside, because people can relate good with people outside and then to their families, their they're lions.
They're another breed.
Yes. So we're meant to actually relate with people both outside and in our families in the best way possible. Now, like you said, you have to treat people. That's the golden rule, right? Yeah. Treat others, do unto others what you want them to do to you. Exactly. So thank you.
It's very apt, looking at these quotes, though very simple, has very deep meaning. Treat people well is the only investment that never loses value. Yeah. Speaking of investment, what does investment do for you? I'm speaking literally to the word investment. What is investment? Investment is when you put in something with an expected, perhaps future return on investment. Every investment you make, you're hoping for a return. And what's this return talking about here? When you treat people right, the investments that will come to you can only be right? If you treat people wrongly, which is a wrong investment, you would lose out, and what you will reap is loss at the end of the day. So now reminds me of that saying, treat people the way you want to be treated, right? How do you want to be treated? How do you want to be addressed? When you want to be addressed professionally, when you want to be addressed humanely, then you too should be able to address people humanly. You should be able to be professional in your conduct, in your speech as well. Because at the end of the day, it returns to you. It's an investment in itself. And this very investment, we are told, when you invest rightly in people, by treating people well, it never loses value. It's ageless. It's gold. It can only keep on appreciating. Reminding me again that the man you meet on your way up could be the same man you meet on your way down. Yeah. So, at the back of your mind should be how you relate with people. And you rightly, brought it home when you said, not just outside, but at home. The Igbos have this saying, Okamaniro. And what does Okamaniro mean? There are people who are good and better off outside. Yeah. When they come home, they are different persons. We did talk about some fathers. When they are driving into the home and the children hears their voice, everybody begins to scamper to safety, right? But when they are outside, people are celebrating them. And if I look in depth, you would see that perhaps this is why the Igbos equally have this title of Aku Ru Uno. Amalonye Pataya, right? You may see there are people who are so wealthy, but where they come from, people do not recognize. People don't see them as wealthy person because they've not been able to, bring that wealth, the influence back home. Yes. They hear that this person is wealthy, is outside. But for the Igbos, until it gets home, right? Then they will now know that indeed you are a wealthy person, not by coming home to build duplexes, but by number of persons you've aided in the society, by number of life you've impacted. That's it. And then that speaks to treating people fairly, treating people right. Debbie, Princess, this is quite deep. It's the essence of who we are as a human being. When you are around people, do you bring out positivity from them? Or do you influence them for evil? Do you influence them for bad? When people leave you, how do they feel afterwards? These are the things that matter. Yes. And we should, like you equally rightly pointed out, it should be a situation where when we leave people, they should feel better. Yeah. They should feel the impact of our presence. That positivity that drives, that encourages one to strive further. Rather than, there are people when they sit around you, when you meet them, you come out demoralized. You don't want to meet them again. I don't know. Let me give you a different scenario to it. Okay. Have you ever had a handshake with someone before and you get a weak handshake? Have you received a weak handshake? Yeah. You don't want to shake that individual again because it's a weak handshake and it's a reflection of that person, how the person treats others. You would move away, not wanting to engage such a person. Yeah. You understand? So at the end of the day, these things impact. In fact, your whole life should be a reflection of positivity into other people. It should be a positive investment into other people's life. And then when you invest in people positively, at the end of the day, it comes back as a return, positive gain, like a gold that doesn't lose value. It keeps on appreciating. In fact, your life should be what the Chinese talk about, that it should be a daily dose of impartation, like the life of a child, on which every passersby make a mark. And what people should say, what people talk about, a lot of times when I hear the religious talk about the hereafter, where there is a judgment seat and a judgment throne where people will be judged, I do not know. But in all, my experience in life is that perhaps there may not be a judgment scenario where you will sit down with an almighty creator who will begin to judge you based on your dealings. I think all the account they need to judge you will be what people speak about you. That's my take on that.
Yeah. All right. I believe. Should I say? When you smile at somebody, you get that smile in return. When you use a kind word to someone, you also get that kind word in return. Just like, for example, saying good morning and the person responds to you good morning. Like I said, like you explained the word investment here being for future, being your plans for future. Now when Justin Wright is saying treat people well, it's one investment that never loses value, and if you treat people well, definitely the return might not come at that particular moment, because we know investment doesn't come that particular day. Now it's a process. It's going to grow gradually, step by step, and eventually it's going to come with you. It might be maybe when you are treated, let's say for example you're in school, you're treating people well, you're treating people the way you want to be treated, you treat them kindly. Now after school, definitely everything doesn't end in school. You definitely see that person outside. Maybe you come to a work environment and now they are looking for someone to handle a position at work. Now you, a person that knows you from school would speak good of you, saying
speaking to recommendation.
Yes, we speak good of you, recommending you, saying okay, I've been with this person, I've dealt with this person, and this person actually is trustworthy, this person is kind, this person is fit for the job. Now this is where what you invested starts harvesting. Now investment doesn't come, my point exactly, doesn't come at that particular moment, but instead it comes later in the future. That's why when you say the rewards are always coming later and when you least expect it. So my advice to everyone, to myself in particular, is to treat people right, is to treat people well, so that in future, for my future, in future purposes. Now I'm going to keep this word from Justin Rice with me today, to treat people well.
But another word of caution there, why you keep the word treat people well, do not expect anything in return as well. Beyond the investment, do not expect anything in return. Treat people for the sake of being good, without any expectation. Just be good, be well. If it returns as a good investment, good. But however it turns out, you would be better enriched knowing that I have treated this person fairly. I've been good to humanity before God and the man.
Yes. I don't know if you like to add anything to this.
Well, yes. It's all well said. It's all well said. But I think also it also reflects the love of God towards us, right? How we have God loving us, but not necessarily looking for anything in return. And then that's the basis of which we can now say, oh, I can now love another person, because treating someone right will mostly be from a heart of, you have to have a pure heart for you to treat people right. So now us embracing and receiving the love of God helps us to treat others right.
All right, thank you very much for that. Well, as you go about your day-to-day, please keep in mind that every smile, every kind word, every act of fairness is an investment for our future, and is an investment in a better and safe world. Okay, now please do not forget that each new sunrise is an invitation for us to grow. It's a platform where we try and learn something new, or simply be more present in whatever we do. And let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on Facebook, X, Instagram, or write you on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And up next is the weather update.
All right, we'll take a look at the weather reports on Sunrise on Aneke TV, starting with Oka.
Yes, and now Our morning report today starting from Oka. In Oka, we are seeing a cloudy start with a little morning rain possible. Expect the clouds to linger through much of the day. The highs will climb to around 29 degrees Celsius and the low dips to about 21 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Coal City. Over in Enugu is currently cloudy at about 23 degrees Celsius. A couple of morning showers are likely, followed by a day that brightens a bit. Look for a higher near 32 degrees Celsius and a low around 22 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Abakaliki. It's showing similar conditions, cloudy with possible showers in places. The temperature sits at about 23 degrees Celsius now. The day will warm up to around 32 degrees Celsius with a low near 23 degrees Celsius.
And in Owerri is mostly cloudy at present, about 23 degrees Celsius, with the chance of a little rain this afternoon. Expect highs around 31 degrees Celsius and lows near 22 degrees Celsius.
And in Umuahia, cloudy skies again. Current temperature around 23 degrees Celsius, with likely 32 degrees Celsius as the high and about 22 degrees Celsius as the low.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay cool, stay safe, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive.
A lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo state by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now today we'll be taking a look at the major headlines on the newspaper today.
And joining us for the in-depth analysis of this headline is our guest, Chris Anibogo. Mr. Chris.
Good morning, all. Good morning,
welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, now to our headlines for today, coming from Daily Trust headline that says, no going back on convention, PDP. And in the Punch headline, it says, House shuts down plenary amid tension over budget. And the Vanguard headline says, Trump diplomatic engagements yielding results FG. And in the Guardian headline, it says, ambition, legal battle stall PDP convention threaten 2027 prospects. And out in the international newspapers, coming from Daily Mail headline that says 1,000 jobs a day now lost on the reefs. And also in the Citizen headlines, it says first real test for Tanzanians push for unity. And on today's show, we'll be starting with the Vanguard headline that says Trump diplomatic engagement yielding results FG. In foreign affairs news, the federal government says ongoing diplomatic engagements with the United States are yielding results, particularly in addressing bilateral concerns around Nigeria's security, religious violence, and external perceptions. On one hand, Nigeria is pushing a narrative of deeper dialogue and intelligence cooperation. On the other, U.S. lawmakers have expressed frustration over the government's handling of attacks on Christians with talk of targeted sanctions in the background. Mr. Uche, I would like your own opinion.
All right. This is so heartwarming if the federal government has come out to say that their diplomatic effort is yielding results amid the call from Bill Hesinger, a U.S. congressman, calling for economic sanctions on Nigeria as against military intervention. And on that note, one may be very excited that our presidency, this government's engagement with the government of the United States of America is really yielding results. If somebody in the Congress is now calling for economic sanctions on the nation, and we've seen call from CAN among the 19 northern states calling for dialogue among the states. Mr. Chris.
Yes.
Are you excited to see this headline about this diplomacy beginning to yield results?
I would be excited for being a Nigerian, a concerned one for the matter, since we got the signals from the United States of American president, the #1 president in the world, according to my own rating. You know, when they say when America sneezes or coughs, the rest of the world goes into hiding. So with this now, because that has been the call since Donald Trump gave the warning of a possible attack on terrorists killing Christians in Nigeria. So the call has been for the Nigerian government to actually engage the United States government diplomatically. That's why we have foreign envoys. That's why I have foreign missions to do international diplomatic engagements with nations when a crisis erupts, other than trying to play the holier than thou attitude that what they were saying was not really true. Trump was not really asking for our opinion on whether Christians were being killed in Nigeria or not. The records are there for to show for it, and he has said over time, according to the records they have, that's what they've come to discover, and then they are going to come attacking. So for the Minister of Information giving out this piece of information to us that the engagements is beginning to yield fruitfulness, is a cheering one, is a welcoming one. But then again, beyond engaging the international media platforms to change the narrative, we equally appeal to the Nigerian government to step up the game. I mean, we have what it takes to wipe out terrorism, banditry in Nigeria. You understand? If we did it for some other African countries in the past, the days of ECOMOG, we did it in Liberia, restored peace in those crimes. We can as well. We have gallant military officers who are very courageous, well-trained professionals. And I think Nigerian military should be ranking among the best in Africa and even beyond Africa. Mr. Sai, I don't know if you've taken time to go through the Nigerian 2025 budget. I can see one of the headlines there that the House of Rep is shutting down because of whatever. If you go through our national budget for this year 2025, you see that we have something roughly around 1 trillion naira allocated for defense. 1 trillion naira. That's almost above a state's year budget. The Enugu state budget for 2025 is around 900 and something billion naira, close to 1 trillion. And now we are allocating up to 1 trillion naira in our national budget for defense. Now, what are we using these resources for? The military men in the theater of war will tell you that they are hungry, they are starved, they are thirsty, they even lack access to water. Before you come to talk about the ammunition at their disposal. Listen again. For America to be saying, we are not doing what we are supposed to have done, is because our application for release of some military equipment to Nigeria, America already granted. Like they sent us some Tucano aircraft. That will not use any of these things so far. So their worry and concern will be, what have we done with what they have given us? Why are we not using it to fight the battle? Look at our border. Nigeria has up to 2,000 identified border. Yes, about 2,000 of them. How many of them are manned by security personnel? Below, let's say, below 100,000. Did I say 100,000? Below 100 of them are manned by security personnel, according to reports. So these guys have field day coming in from every nook and cranny, either from Chad, Cameroon, Niger, into Nigeria, as if they are visiting their fatherland, whereas they are aliens to our land. So it's high time we convert these huge financial resources allocated for defense and military, for security, into technology. Let's appeal to the United States to please assist us more with more technology, so that we can man our borders and be able to stamp out this very terrorism. Let it go beyond what the Minister of Information is telling us, that our diplomatic engagements with the US is now yielding results. We want to see the real action. Kudos to our military. Yesterday's headline said they were decimating the terrorists already. So let the battle continue. Let Nigerians sleep with their 2 eyes closed. That's just the bottom line.
All right. Princess.
Thank you. Now on Daily Trust, the opposition party, PDP, has publicly declared it will press ahead with preparations for its elective national convention, despite legal and internal challenges. According to their national publicity secretary, the party sees recent court rulings as an assault on democracy, but says the convention scheduled for November 15th to 16th in Ibadan remains on track. So, Mr. Uche.
All right. I'd rather bring Mr. Chris in speedily into this because Mr. Chris,
yes,
you could see the judiciary is being dragged into this. We've seen orders and counter orders, and yet it seems that the warring faction seems not to bother much about the judiciary in all this. What do you say to this PDP convention that is beginning to make a mincemeat or child's play of our judiciary?
Honestly speaking, it's laughable where the PDP, she said the opposition party. I rather not even choose to see PDP anymore as an opposition party. Where is the structure of the PDP? Once upon a time, a party that was adjudged to be the largest political party in the whole of Africa. Here they are, taunting themselves. The PDP is on the mission of self-implosion. Because the enemies of the party are within the party, not even from outside the party. Some persons may want to blame the ruling party APC for the failures of the PDP, but I choose not to see from that angle. The external enemy cannot fight you more than you have an internal collaborator. Look at the principal elements to the crisis. Initially, we thought it was as a result of Nyesom Wike's crisis with what's his name, Elijah Atiku Abubakar. Now Atiku has left the party, so it's no longer about Wike and Atiku. Later we felt it was about Senator Anyanwu's position as National Secretary. Udokoye left the position for him. So what then is the problem with the party? Now they are jostling over the convention, who is going to be the national chairman and who is not going to be the national chairman. So why can't the PDP leaders come to terms, reach a consensus? The simple truth of the matter is just that the PDP is gone, as far as I'm concerned, until they are able to come together and say, okay, no more factions, no more controversies. But the worrisome again is the point you are trying to establish. They are now dragging the judiciary into their mess. And it's quite sad and unfortunate that in the Nigerian legal system, this has been complained on different forums. You have the same court of competent jurisdiction instituting an order, and another court of the same jurisdiction coming to counter. Then you begin to ask, why are we having variance in court orders in Nigeria? We're not even talking about maybe a superior court, a court of superior, giving a contrary order to the lesser order from a lesser court. Now we are dealing with high court orders. None has even come from the appeal court yet. So I really don't understand. And it comes to the fact that we need to sanitize our judicial sector. We need to sanitize our judicial sector because that is the last hope of the common man. If we allow politicians keep doing what they do with the judiciary, then I tell you we are doomed for it, because this is democracy. This is democracy, and if politicians manipulate their way, do everything they wish to do, just to remain in power, remain relevant within the corridors of power, I think the judiciary should be bold enough to tell them no, that this is the limit to where political manipulation could come, and this is where the law has to take its full force. So I think the Nigerian Judicial Council now needs to actually step up the game, call lawyers and judges to order. They should call lawyers and judges to order. For the PDP convention, I doubt if that convention will ever hold. The crisis will never end.
Okay, well, can you hazard into the possibility that that convention did or does hold on 14th, 15th and 16th of November as slated? What will become of PDP, knowing that the opposition, talk about the opposition within the opposition, the other factions are still not yielding ground to reconciliation? And then there's another factor I would want to draw your attention to, the issue of Lamido.
Lamido Sule.
Yes. So what now do you think becomes of the PDP going into 2027?
And that's what I'm beginning to look at, that there may not be any 2027 for the PDP.
Okay.
Yes, there may not be, because by the time this crisis lingers beyond this period, this is November, 2025 is almost gone. 2026 is the year of primary election for the different political parties. Very soon, Aneke should be releasing their electoral timetable. So, if you do not meet up with the position of the timetable of Aneke, of course you'll be out of the... Yes, of course. So the way it is now, Lamido Sule is an elder statesman in the party PDP. I think he has been there all the while. But then again, he's an elder statesman. How old is Sule Lamido? He's over 70. Must he be the national chairman of the PDP?
It could be a retirement plan.
Come on. For the likes of Bode George now, who have decided to take to the backdrop and say, okay, let's play the role of advisory role for the party. Come on, Lamido Sule should please temper justice with mercy and allow the younger ones, to come up, especially now that the PDP governors have come together to say, okay, let's get a consensus candidate for the national chairmanship position. I think they should go and appeal to him to please calm down so that PDP can move on. So, but if not, that date you're calling for the national convention, aside, it will not hold.
All right.
The enemies within are hell-bent on making sure that the PDP does not go into the 2027 elections.
And that's why I call it the factional convention. However, the question I want to ask now, without wanting to play the role of an advocate for any of the factions, is the fact that the Damago-led faction is citing a Supreme Court ruling that has said that such issues are the internal affairs of the political party and should be resolved by the political party and not through litigation.
And that's why the courts are not helping us either. They are not helping.
Then,
So,
Mr. Chris,
yes, my brother.
what is the fate of opposition politics in Nigeria? Because as it stands, if the PDP is a carcass, then there is no Labour Party. We do not see ADC mustering that, becoming that strong opposition party as is expected. What becomes the fate of Nigerians and opposition party in Nigeria?
Very dangerous, and it will be too catastrophic because power intoxicates, and absolute power intoxicates absolutely. You know, you will never know the true worth of a man until you give him opportunity around power. When you give a man power, you know his true test and nature. Once upon a time, a particular democratically elected president in this country made an attempt to go for a third term in office as president. It was just truncated by the National Assembly. Now, if we end up killing the opposition voice and party in Nigeria, and then we all sing on your mandate, you know where I'm coming from. There is every tendency and danger that one man could become the law and the constitution in Nigeria. So that's the danger in killing the opposition. Everybody now wants to belong to the ruling APC. So that's very, very dangerous. It's not healthy for democracy. You understand my point? It's not healthy for democracy. We're thinking that the Anambra governorship election will be a litmus test for these opposition parties. Let's see how far they are going to go with the Anambra governorship election. But look at what happened. The Labour Party came woefully behind in the Anambra governorship election, even with their presidential candidates during the 2023 general elections. Coming from them, Mr. Peter, he even lost election in his own polling units to the opposition. Labour Party is dead and gone, if you ask me. Then what about the ADC? We're thinking that those men of caliber and tiber in Nigerian political terrain, the likes of Rotimi Amechi, the likes of David Mack, would rally round the governorship candidate of their party ADC in Anambra governorship election, throw their weight behind it. ADC should have given APGA the run for their money. But what did we see? We never saw any of them coming to even show face and solicit for support for their governorship candidate. So it's obvious PDP is just the only party standing now as a near opposition party. And I think that's why they want to kill it and make sure it's dead and cremated. So if PDP goes, I see no opposition anymore.
Okay.
Right. Very well, very well, very well, and very well said, an in-depth analysis on these issues. And if the government is listening to us, speaking to the issue of diplomacy working, we would commend that. But while we commend that, we will call on the federal government to equally begin to speak to the Sahel state that this fight has to be a combined one. In as much as we are fighting banditry in Nigeria, if we do not pull the Sahel state into this fight, it may be a very, very, it may not be giving the needed result, because this morning we are still aware that the borders are not as policed as they ought to be. These bandits may still have access, but if there is a combined effort in combating this menace of terrorism and banditry by the collective Sahel states and Nigeria, we may begin to see effective results on this matter. That's not to emphasize the fact that yes, diplomacy is the key factor in this, and then government should remember that US have been our ally over the years, and this partnership should be strengthened no matter the challenge ahead of the road. We'll do everything to see that yes, this partnership is strengthened. Then speaking to the issue of the PDP, I think it's time for elder statesmen, speaking to elder statesmen in Nigeria, irrespective of political affiliation. It's time for them to step up and say to it that Nigeria and Nigerians are giving a viable opposition. Let's do away with partisan politics. Rather, do everything to see that Nigeria does not degenerate to a one-party state.
All right, thank you very much for that, and thank you very much, Mr. Chris, for your in-depth knowledge concerning the headlines today. And now we'll be moving over to the next update we have, but don't forget that you could grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at a trending video online. A dispute between an FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and an officer of the Nigerian Army. Down there that somebody just observed and spoke about. one is also good. Kudos to the cameraman. It's always the cameraman bring out the place. Okay. When you're about ending, let us know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm an offside take to order. So what? You had a than me. I'm an offside take to order. To order that you take illegal order. General. Okay. You can never develop this property. I will not allow it. I'm only acting on my orders. If you want to kill everybody, kill everybody. You cannot. We will not kill everybody. You put it yourself. My friend, you see, what is that? You cannot shut me up. You cannot shut me up.
Very mad.
You are my senior. You cannot even open up. It's okay. Because you're putting that you in. Why I'll be talking and policemen will be talking. Hey, you are taking with us. Nobody does that. They might do that. We will not allow them to take on numbers and then you to carry land. Everything was will you stop that? Will you stop that? I'm an officer. I have integrity. Shut up, you're not good officer. Will you get out? I was in school. You're not in school. Will you keep quiet? Let me take food. I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool. You can shoot anybody. I'm not a fool. Who are you? I am not a fool. As at the time I graduated, you were primary school. Take for which order? You will see whether you will not listen. Sir, you can't call me a fool. Go and put up your hand. I'm not a fool. You will have killed everybody.
You can kill everybody. Yeah, it's going. Is it time?
Go and develop. Go and develop your electricity. Get out.
Ganga. I'll make you do things you don't expect to. I'm the next person to come in. You cannot cut it.
You are aware that the land, the president and the government control that we mandated where illegal development were on land grabbing. And when this was brought to my attention, I did instruct them to make sure that nothing takes place in as much as they don't have any legal paper in terms of regional approval or even application on the land. And when they came here, I was informed that the soldiers of the military had to chase them away. And I thought one day they will be acting illegally.
Comments.
So they were in the office while they came to implement the directive that was given to them by myself. I was called that the military have taken over the place. And I have to come by myself to see things for myself. It's really unfortunate. And you heard what the officer said was said by the former chief of naval staff. And I don't understand how somebody who attained that position, I see that he has a problem, cannot approach my office to say, look, this is what is going on, this is what is going on. Or simply because if the military man, they could use that to intimidate Nigerians. I'm not one of those kind of persons that will succumb to blackmail.
Alright, now we've seen the video and we're taking a look at the comments from various persons. Now in a comment it says, Section 218 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, a minister in Nigeria, Wike for instance, does not have the right to command a soldier, constitutional and legal basis under Section 218 of the 1999 Constitution. And in another comment, we have bad governance, they make us celebrate abnormalities. And also in the next comment, coming from another commenter that says, am I the only one that heard I am a young man but the commission I am carrying, you can never until you die? And then also another comment coming from Charles Casey Valentine says, in as much as the soldiers or the former general does not have the right to deny the current FCT Minister of Territory access to do his job, at least we are all happy that the almighty Wike meets his match. And then another comment from 3EEE Comedy says, please if I may ask, in the other hand, who amongst these two people is government? The real government, is it the army officer or Wike? And also in another comment coming from Eshibalogo says, see Wike, they talk about impunity and due process. Now wow, them true talk say when bully meeting match, then they fold like pack of cards. And this comment is actually interesting, and I would like to speak about one of the comments that talks about who the real government. Okay, coming from EEE Comedy that says, if I may ask, in the other hand, who amongst these two people is government? The real government, is it the army officer or Wike? Now, in as much as we have the federal FCT minister, Nyeso Wike, and then the military personnel on the other hand, who by name is Yerima, I would like to say there is nobody above the law. Now the law is a rule which guides us as human beings, which is set to which is set as a guideline to human beings, and nobody, I must say, is above the law. And on the other hand, I would like to also say kudos to the army personnel who stood calmly during this exchange or banter of words, and having the respect for the minister, FCT minister Nyeso Wike, and not if there was one time we were actually talking about anger management here in the studio, where we talked about walking away from something that might cause anger, that might escalate an argument, or staying your ground, or just keeping quiet, especially to a higher authority. Now this military personnel, this officer, is not acting on his own. Rather, as he said that he's a 3-star general or 3-star officer, and that he is following an order. And actually, with my knowledge, I believe that no officer acts on his or her own, and they follow a higher command, right? Yes, they follow a higher command. So here, if you could see the banter between the FCT minister and the officer, you would find out there was something actually that captivated me more, was when he was calm, where even though he was being pushed, even though he was being called all sorts of names, calling him a fool, calling him stupid, different kinds of names, you could see he still stayed calm in that heated argument. Now, Princess, I would like to know your own take on this video we watched between the FCT minister and an officer.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Well, it is quite sad. It is quite sad that it shows, I would say it shows a decay in how well we respect authority, and how well we respect ourselves as Nigerians, and how bad the government will try to, it shows how bad the government try to impose, I won't say impose now, but misuse privilege, misuse authority, just because you feel you can, and then you just do it, right? There's this comment from excuse me. There's this comment from someone who said, bad governance, they make us celebrate abnormalities. Yes, bad governance, they make us celebrate abnormalities. And no, it's someone's opinion, but then I would like to ask a question to Miss Debbie and Mr. Osai. This bad governance now, who do we throw it to? Is it the FCT minister or the officer who was in the wrong? Who would we point the blame to now?
Okay, I believe the bad governance actually doesn't specifically has a pinpoint on somebody in particular. Now, we are in Nigeria, we are Nigerians as a whole. We are in a country where the bad has the voice over the good. Now, everything, we already know the situation of this country. We already know some specific leaders, and some that act on good and some that act on bad. Now, we already know it. Now, I believe what this person is trying to say, in my own opinion, is that with the way Nigerians are, we are celebrating abnormalities. Like, we celebrate people. We don't even want to know what the situation is. We're already jubilating. Like, if you should read other people's comments, there are some comments where they said Ricky has met his match. There's even another comment I came across this morning that said when power talk, the lesser power bow. Do you understand? So now people celebrate, they forget the main picture and celebrate what is abnormal. That's what my own opinion on this comment.
Right. To answer your question about bad governance, we can't pinpoint it on any of the individuals involved. If I may want to infer, talking about bad governance is a collective. You understand? The leaders are involved, the led are involved. But I want to draw your attention to bad governance in Nigeria has been there for decades. It doesn't just start today. It was something that's been there. It's been over the years. It's been growing. And if, like I did say, if I want to point accusing fingers, point accusing fingers to the leaders and to the led. It's a collective. All of us are involved when you speak to bad governance. But when you look at the issue, it speaks to lack of rule of law. In a place where there is rule of law, we wouldn't be witnessing what we just witnessed. We don't watch what we just watched. Yes, which is equally leading to the argument of bad governance. But for me, when you speak about bad governance in Nigeria, you do not exonerate the led. All of us are involved.
Yes, I really think that this situation should not be happening. It's not, it should not come up. We should not have a situation where a minister would speak vulgar words, or not vulgar now, but then speak bad words to a military personnel in that kind of capacity, following orders. I think that there should be more decorum and things done in their proper place. Yes.
All right. Just to bring a proper perspective to this issue for our viewers who are not privy to what was giving rise to that shouting match that we saw there, is an issue involving over 30 parcels of land, 30 hectares of land that is said to be owned by a retired military officer. Talk about Awal Gambo, a former naval chief, and then some still serving military personnel, which we were meant to know has been revoked by the FCT minister. The place was originally, from the information that we are getting, designated to be a park, but however was revoked, and then from unverified sources, the minister have reallocated this parcel of lands to some individual, and one of the names being mentioned from these unverified sources is that the new Aneke chairman is part of those who have been reallocated these lands to, who allegedly were yet to get that information verified. But however this information may be, the point remains that there's a dispute over land. While the Army General is laying claim to having the legal documents to this land, the FCT minister is talking about revocation of that those hectares of land. And what we saw yesterday was that development was ongoing, and the FCDA authorities went to stop the developers in that very spot, and then the military personnel that were stationed there chased them away. And then a commissioner of police was called, but mounting to little or nothing could be done by the officers. Then the FCT minister himself chose to go intervene himself, leading to the scenario, the video that we watched. And if I want to comment on this very issue, you've talked about the decay in the system, you've spoken to bad governance and how we celebrate the absurd in Nigeria. But I would want to align my thoughts to that of the former FCT minister talking about Osita Chidoka in his take on this issue. His point really captures and encapsulates the essence of the whole thing for me. And if you permit me, I would want to read his thoughts on this very issue, and he titled it, Mr. Aneke, Power, Process, and the Rule of Law. He says, any enforcement officer in uniform or plain clothes represents the president and the sovereignty of the Nigerian state. To abuse such an officer is to diminish the authority of the republic itself. Minister Nyesom Wike's decision to personally enforce a directive at a disputed site was a fundamental mistake. In constitutional democracies, power operates through institutions, not impulse. Executive authority must be exercised or adjudicated through the courts, ministries, and lawful instruments of state, never through confrontation. No matter how justified a grievance, a minister cannot become an enforcer that violates the very idea of ordered government. In democracy, ministers act through process, not presence. A formal communication to the Minister of Defense, whose office oversees the armed forces, would have sufficed. If the officers were on illegal duty, the established disciplinary system would have addressed it. When a minister trades words with a uniformed officer acting under orders, lawful or otherwise, it corrodes discipline and confuses hierarchy. The officer's duty is to obey the chain of command, not to verbal instructions on a roadside. The minister's duty is to act through lawful channels. The minister should apologize to the officer for using abusive language. It is not acceptable behavior. The conduct of the DSX protective detail was equally unprofessional. Their responsibility was to extract their principal from a rancorous and potentially dangerous situation, not to escalate it. Security officers must remember that their loyalty is to the state, not to the personalities. This episode is a cautionary tale. The episode demeans the dignity of the office of the minister and undermines the image of disciplined governance. That's coming from former Minister of Aviation, Mr. Chidoka. And if I want to go further, I have heard, though, from unverified sources alone, that some military authorities are beginning to talk about former Army Chief of Defense Staff, talk about Brutai. He is saying that what the minister has done is unacceptable and an insult to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that it is unacceptable. He should first of all apologize to the President and to the officer for using an unruly word on the officer. And when you reconcile all this, it is uncalled for. This officer was simply obeying order and shouldn't be abused. There is process. And we should call on Nigerians to begin and continue to respect the rule of law. That is quite very, very important.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Oche, and thank you very much, Princess, for your opinions on this trending story today. And before we call off the curtain, before we draw the curtain, I would like to tell you a bit about our celebration today, which is in coalition of our month celebration, that is the Lung Cancer Awareness Month. And this today's celebration is the World Pneumonia Day, and World Pneumonia Day is observed every year on November 12th to raise global awareness about pneumonia, a serious respiratory infection that remains one of the leading causes of death among children under 5 years old. And the day was first established in 2009 by the Global Coalition Against Child Pneumonia, bringing together health organizations, governments and communities to take collective action against the preventable and treatable disease. Well, it's a wrap on today's celebration or today's edition of Sunrise. And don't forget to tag or follow us across our social medias on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Or you can call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I am Deborah Wakoba.
A big thank you for staying with us on Sunrise. I am Aneke Princess.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofensala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soul seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and corner of society. From the sprawling market of Phoenicia to the humming in technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity, age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we x-ray the heartbeat of issues, topical headlines that affect our nation. And today, we will be unmasking lung cancer with Dr. Ikemefuna Nnamani. Dr. Ikemefuna Nnamani is an accident and emergency department of ASU Teaching Hospital, Park Lane. Today, we know that lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths worldwide. Early detection, they say, is vital, as symptoms often appear late. Today, we'll highlight its risk, signs, and life-saving treatments. These versions of lung cancer will be unmasked, as there are little or unaware individuals in our society. By this program, at the end of it today, we, through the aid of Dr. Ikemefuna, will be unmasking this health challenge. Dr. Ikemefuna.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Good morning, our viewers.
All right, so without wasting time, I want to ask, what is lung cancer and how is it contracted?
Okay, well, lung cancer, just like every other cancer in any part of the body, is abnormal growth of cells. Okay, these cells are typical. If you understand biology, you know that every cell has its components. So these particular cells, they are not like the regular cells. Therefore, to control them is very difficult. So we say proliferation, they grow without control. They grow within that particular organ they are affecting. They can also grow to compress adjacent organ. In some other cases, they can even spread to the rest of the body. And that is when we say a cancer has metastasized.
Okay. Please, let's just bring it home. When you say it's metastasized, we may understand that spreading. So, but I want you to bring it home because we'll have a wide variety of audience who may not understand when we talk or speak in those terms.
I agree with you. Okay, let's get the foundation right. What is lungs? For instance, we know that the human body is made of systems, and each systems have its own organs. So lung as an organ is an organ of respiration. Okay, the lung is located within the chest and connected to the mouth and the nose for breathing. So any growth, for instance, as cancer, would affect it just like every other organ. Now let's go to the word cancer. What is the word cancer? We said that cancer is abnormal growth of cells and of course by proxy tissues, because cell plus cell gives you tissues. Now we have different types of lung cancer. We have the small cell cancer, we have the large cell cancer, and each of these are identified by the health specialist or the scientist because of its nature. For every classification, there is different approach. What causes lung cancer? Primarily, unfortunately, smoking is a primary implicated.
Okay, I was going to ask you how strong is the link between smoking and lung cancer, and what is the risk? Yes.
Smoking and lung cancer, they are like neighbors. Okay. When you say 5 and 6, not far from each other. In fact, statistically, about 80%, 70 to 80% of lung cancer is implicated. You've seen in people that smoke. Okay, we have actually it's 80 and above. Okay, people that smoke. We also have, there are people that smoke, and there are people that are close to the people that smoke. These are people we call secondary smokers. Okay. You'll be very surprised that secondary smoking also results in about 3 to 5% of lung cancer. So smoking is a very bad, and is a very bad thing, and it's the master that welcomes lung cancer.
Okay, but we're still talking about the issue of smoking, and now you just mentioned what you call secondary smokers, or those who are associated or always around those who smoke. Can we talk about the risk for those people as well?
The risk for them, I remember growing up, they used to tell us that secondary smokers are even worse, they stand worse risk than primary smokers. Okay. So, but then anything smoking in general is bad. In fact, smoking is the only thing, it's the only substance that you want to take in, and it tells you on the packet that smokers are liable to die young. then you go ahead to do that.
Do we trust those rights?
It's not about trust. If someone says you are going to live long if you smoke, that's when you should talk about trust. But when somebody says I'm giving you poison, are you talking about trust? You run away.
You know, I just asked that because we've seen a 70-year-old who is still smoking, and he's telling you that he's been smoking for years, and then at times he waters down the importance of those warnings. That's why I was asking
let's
that.
not be deceived.
Yes.
For every statement, there is always an exception. Of course, there are people like that, but when you're on the street, you base only on people like that because they are the ones that bring speculation, you hear stories. But when you come close to the hospital, there you see more people. You can make your statistics. You see people that they are just buying time because the lung is gone. Okay, so there is nothing about smoke that somebody will tell you that there's anything good about it. So smoking, just like it's written on the packet, it says smokers are liable to die young, and it's implicated in about 80% of lung cancer.
Okay, but I want to ask, are former smokers still implicated or at significant risk of developing lung cancer?
Which,
I mean, those who've quit smoking now, are they still at significant risk?
If you have a habit that is risky,
yes,
at any point in time you decide to quit,
yes,
you should now be talking about what is the stage or what is left of that system. Okay? If they stopped and the system was not damaged so badly, of course they still have their chance to live. But if the deed had been done, you can't revert it. Lung diseases, especially from smoking, it's really hard to revert because it affects the tissue itself, the body of the lungs.
All right.
Yes. The lung is a parenchymal organ.
Okay.
It's soft. It has the lungs. Then it's connected with the trees. We call it the respiratory tree, the bronchus. We have the bronchiole and all that. So anything that affects the lung, it's going to heal. If at all it heals, it leaves scar. The lung is supposed to be elastic. When you take in breath, it expands. When you exhale, it comes together. So by the time that injury is healing, leaving scar, the elasticity ability is lost.
Okay.
So it's not something you want to say, does the person still have? It depends on how depth the person had gone before the person quit.
Doctor, we've talked about smokers. Let's ask about people who have never smoked. What are the risk factors for them?
In terms of lung cancer?
Yes.
Well, lung cancer, this brings us to what causes lung cancer. Okay. We've talked about the smoking implicating about 80% cases. Then lung cancer can also be as familial, hereditary. Okay. It can be caused by some bad occupational habits that affect our system. The pathophysiology is when these factors or substances make their way to these lung tissues, they get to their DNA, and because of the attachment to that DNA, they restructure the DNA, and then it loses its normal biological component or biological structure. This way, anything growth or development will not be in line with the regular cell growth. Okay. That's when we say this is cancer. So once there is that mutation, the cancer will be there. Okay. So it's not the whether you smoke or you don't. Lung cancer can also affect the individual from other aspects.
Okay. Now let's talk about the common symptoms or the warning signs, the early warning signs that one would notice to say, oh, it's time to go to the doctors.
This looks like cancer of some sort.
Yes.
Well, just like every other cancer of any other part of the body, there are principal things, there are key things you look at and you start suspecting. Okay, a loss of weight may be there. Okay, you notice that. Okay, for cough, for instance, you begin to cough out blood, because since the cancer cells are invading the tissue, they can rupture or injure some blood vessels.
Doctor, hold on. You know, we're carrying all the audience along.
Oh, definitely.
So when you talk about rupture, some may be lost.
Aha. Okay. Yeah. The tissues.
Yes.
By the time they start growing, remember, they were not supposed to be there in the first place. So their increment in size begin to eat up the adjacent organs. Okay? Now, on the tissue itself, you can invade it. Once it's invading it, of course, it's going to be tearing the tissue and some of the blood vessels there.
All right. So is that tearing that we'll talk about as rupture?
Yes.
Okay.
So in that case, once there's irritation in the lungs or in the airway, you can now see the person cough, and the person can cough out blood. Another thing that can tell you this is tuberculosis. Is also a very bad implicator of this. Okay. If you have tuberculosis and not well treated or early detected to be treated, it can also result to predispose the person to possibility of having this cancer. Remember what we talked about when we talked about the pathophysiology? We said is about mutation, anything that can modify the DNA of those tissues. Okay. So in this case, it can result to cancer. So we talked about the coughing out blood, the loss of weight. There are also other specific symptoms you may see, but generally speaking, cancer at its early stage most times are asymptomatic. Okay. You don't detect these things most times. Okay. That is why once we see any factor, any changes that may predispose to cancer, we quickly look into it.
Okay. Doctor, I want to ask, what are the main types of lung cancer, and how do we differentiate between these various types?
We have two types of lung cancer. Lung cancer, by appearance, it can be located within the lung tissue. We can also have the one that is generalized, okay, the one that can be located in every other part of the body. Now, we also have, by their histology or the anatomy, we have the small cell lung cancer and non-small cell lung cancer. For small cell lung cancer, we have the squamous cell carcinoma, we have the adenocarcinoma, and we have the large cell cancers. Please. So these are medical terminologies, and okay, for the squamous cell carcinoma, the word squamous is about the histological structure of the tissue. Okay, remember I told you that there is lungs and there are trees that connect to the lungs, and when you take in breath through your nose or your mouth, it links through these trees to your lungs. So the squamous cell carcinoma, they affect those trees, the bronchus, we call them the bronchi. So they affect this tree. Now the adenocarcinomas, there's the word adeno, it refers to glands, soft tissue. Okay, so they affect both the lung tissue itself. And like we talked about metastasis, if not detected on time, these particular ones can easily metastasize. It can spread to the lungs, to the brain, and any other soft tissue. But the squamous cell carcinoma can spread to we call it the glands. It can spread to the suprarenal gland and the rest of it.
All right, let's talk about how you medical doctors diagnose this ailment and the various stages, how you're able to know that this one is at this stage and this one is at that stage.
Staging of lung cancer is the most the most staging type is the TNM. Okay. The T tells you about the tumor itself. Remember, cancer is a tumor. Then in tumor we have benign and malignant. Benign, these are just tumors that are not dangerous. They don't progress rapidly like cancer. Okay. Now, when we say malignant, we mean they can spread very fast. So staging the tumor, it tells you about the structure of the tumor, the size of the tumor, the location of the tumor. Now, for the N, it tells you about the nodes. They are substances, they are tissues, they are part of the body we call the nodes. These nodes, you notice that when you have an injury at the lower part of your limbs, the leg or the hand, you know that there is something round that you can feel at the armpit or the inguinal, like balls. Sometimes there can be multiple. They can also be at the neck. These are the nodes. These nodes, they fight bacteria, they fight microbes, okay? So when the activity is so high, they can tend to grow. So the node's appearance in a cancer or a tumor case is telling you about the stage. It may be there, it may not be there, it may be multiple. then the M itself is now metastasis if it has gone beyond that primary tissue to other tissues.
All right.
Cancer, you get, it's not easy to get them at the first stage. Remember we said when they are yet not invasive, they are not symptomatic.
Okay.
In fact, once you diagnose a small cell lung cancer, it has already spread.
All right. Doc, well, now I know that you've talked about it's not easy to be detected early, but let's talk about the screening methods that are recommended so that we'll detect them at least early and we're able to get screened. So this method of detecting them and being screened.
Okay, detecting them early, one can still say prevention in that case. They said you learn from other people's mistake.
Yeah.
In medicine, we learn from our past experiences.
Okay.
When we lose a patient, we don't dwell so long in it. We learn to better care for the next patient. Now, the reason why we talk about predisposing factors of cancer, like we mentioned the smoking and the rest of it, and treating tuberculosis on time, is to prevent. You see that? Is to prevent. We've looked at it, we've checked statistics. Okay, people that have this always have this before this. We say, stop smoking. So we tell you things, good habits you can form in order to prevent the possibility of having the cancer. Now, we cannot stop the aspect where it can be genetic. We say it can be hereditary. Okay, your occupation type, if your occupation is the type that you are exposed to a lot of dust, we call pneumoconiosis and the rest of it, like people that work in industries where there are dust, maybe you are cutting trees, we are cutting asbestos or ceramics and the rest of it, you take in breath, the aerosol, the particles settle in your lungs, they cause issues because your lung want to fight it. By the time they are fighting it, the system is modifying itself in order to fight it better. It can result to that. So these are the preventive measures we are saying you should take. Prevent those factors that can result to it. If you work in a bank, you count money and all that, wear your mask, protect yourself in order not to be predisposed to the risk of this.
Okay, and I want to ask, can this ailment, can it be cured if caught early? And I want to know equally the prognosis for such a later stage diagnosis.
Prognosis for lung cancer is yet poor. Is yet poor because, one, especially in this part of the world, we are not able to detect it as early as should. Can cancer be treated? Yes, cancer can be treated. How do you treat cancer? If you detect them early, if they are still confined within that particular cell, that particular tissue, the particular organ, every organ has its wrapping sheet. We call it the serous sheet. Okay, if you're able to detect it within there, you can resect that segment and remove it, everything with it. You are sure that once you remove it, there is no more cancer cells to proliferate or metastasize. So this way you can say this person is a cancer survivor and is treated. But when it has gone beyond stage that you are sure you can treat, that's when we say it's not treated. You can just palliate the person. You manage pain and buy time for the person, and the person will just
okay, that's what you call palliative care?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask, let's talk about the cost implication of managing this ailment and the impact it has on families.
The cost implication is very expensive. The lung is a vital organ. The lung is the organ for exchange of oxygen. So the lung, without the lungs, most of the organs will not survive. Once the lung is down, the heart will be down. Once the heart is down, the brain will be down, and the organism is dead. So if there is any issue with the lungs, remember, since its main function is to get oxygen to the body and take away carbon dioxide, that activity, that function of the lung will be depleted. It won't be able to do that function, and the body will be struggling for it. So the person will be oxygen dependent depending on the stage of the cancer and how bad the lung tissues are involved. If it's just a segment, the lungs are in segments. Okay, like the left lung has two lobes. We have the upper and the lower. Then the right lung has the upper, the middle, and the lower. So if it's confined just in one lobe, perhaps the other ones can still survive. But if it has spread, you see, it has affected much percentage of it. So oxygen saturation and oxygen function will be reduced. So this person is going to be dependent on this. Sometimes they may need to be admitted in the intensive care unit, where the machine will now have to do the function of the lungs. In some other advanced countries, they could want to go for lung transplant. But in this place, we don't do that. So you know that anything you want to do outside Nigeria is in dollars, and anything in dollars, you know what it is. So it is cost implicating. It is expensive.
Okay. Dr. Ikemefuna, I want to know, are there any newer therapies in managing this ailment, and are they of any effect?
I think around 2012 or so, Bill Gates, as the richest man, dropped to second. The Mexican man came first, because he just realized that he had given total amount $14 billion to Cancer Research Institute.
Okay.
So every day there are new innovation. People, scientists are looking into it to try to find what to do about it. But I don't think they've been successful, right? We have therapeutic care for cancer. It can be chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is when we use chemicals to try to debulk the size of the cancer, reduce the invasiveness of that cancer, and maybe surgical can come in to now resect that cancer if we're able to have it within a curative area. There is still radiotherapy, a more advanced, depending on what you're looking at and the integrity of the organism, the person you are trying to treat. Then there is surgical. Like I said, if the cancer is detected as early as possible, you resect that tissue, make away with everything, that cancer cell, and you are sure it may not spread again.
Okay. Well, looking at, for example, you talked about chemotherapy and radiotherapy as well. At the end of the day, these individuals who have undergone this process, are they able to live their normal life manageably?
Again, it depends on the stage it was before intervention. Okay? There is no drug, anything drug. There is no drug that is good. The reason why we give drugs are because we must have weighed the benefit from the outcome. Once the benefit outweighs the complication that comes from it or the side effect, we go ahead with it. And that is why we also dosage them. They come in dosage. You weigh the person, the ability to take the drug. You review the other organs to know if they are okay to take the drug. Once these things are done, you go ahead with the drugs. So if they needed chemotherapy and they undergo chemotherapy, of course they can remain the same, but they can still survive.
Okay.
If it's radiotherapy, just the same thing. How would somebody feel when you've taken away the person's some part of the lungs? The person can be normal, okay? But the person can still live their life depending on the size that was resected.
Okay. And before I go to the psychological impact on patient, I want to ask, we've not talked about food and all that. We'll keep talking about smoking and the other environmental factor, maybe work-related factors as well. But I want to ask, does food have any role to play in the issue of lung cancer?
That is in causing lung cancer or after treatment?
Or yes, even in management of lung cancer?
Okay, I don't think it has major role to play. But the dietitian will always tell you there are particular food for particular process. Okay, I've looked up where people talked about some food, but it is not really my area, and it is not important at this point when it comes to lung cancer. Okay. If we're talking about the GIT or any other place, like we're talking about the lipid profile level and all that, their key food play key role. But when it comes to lung cancer, it is not really about food, because it's not about what enters your mouth. In most cases, it's about what enters your nostril. I don't know if you understand this in here. So I think if you want to talk about social habits or any other thing, we should focus on that smoking and things like that.
All right. Now, I want to move a little bit away from the clinic to our government. What role are they playing? Because I can, from the discussion so far, I can decipher the fact that this is cost effective, very capital intensive in being able to manage the situation. Are they playing any role at all in terms of helping the patients?
You know, government is a continuum. A lot of, we've seen stages or tenures of government come in and go. We can't start describing every other person, but on the current system of government, the insurance scheme is a very good one to go about health. Health services are costly all over the world. That is the essence of health insurance. Its importance can never be overemphasized. But it hasn't come to play in our country. Health insurance has not really, it hasn't started working in this part of the world.
A lot of times, patients has to do an out-of-pocket treatment.
A lot of times, yes. Some other persons, I know that within this year, there have been a lot of migration into health insurance. A lot of Nigerians have really gone into health insurance. That's not really the problem. There's a lot of, it's a multifactorial thing, okay? The side of the government, even the health insurance staff, the people, the providers, and even the patients and the institutions that are beneficiary to this, they have a lot to play. It hasn't come to really work. You know, when you're driving, you kick off, you now enter cruise. It hasn't entered that cruise level in our country, actually. But then, what would government do? Democracy is not the answer to a growing world like our own.
Okay.
If I'm a father, you bring a packet of cigarettes, and you tell me that smokers are liable to die young, you give it to me, I bring it to my children, and I give them the option. You see, that's democracy. As a father, I won't give you any option.
Okay.
I will deal with you that's bringing that packet to my family, okay, and I will see you as an enemy. Okay? They may not even know about it in the first place. So, that's the issue with democracy. We see people take a lot of things into this world that affect their health. If our country invests on human resource, you see that every individual must account for their health. Because if you are ill, the country is missing, is lacking, is wasting. But if you are okay, then you can serve the country. So in that case, your health becomes your responsibility for the country. So democracy has a role to play, especially when we are not that exposed yet to the level of sphere of making some critical decisions and being logical in thinking. Okay? So government will try their best. People will focus on what they will gain as business than health.
Okay.
But just for what it's worth, Nigeria today has not come to capitalize on health.
All right. In as much as I want to stay away from the issue of democracy before the advocates of democracy would descend on us, you know, but they've always argued there's that free choice, the choice to choose, and many have argued that democracy is still, even abets all forms of government, despite its shortfalls, is one of the best forms or the best systems, you understand? Though, agreeably, but steering away from that, I want to ask, what preventive measures can individuals take to lower the risk of lung cancer?
Well, You can't overstate that. One, we said avoid factors that can expose you to cancer. We talked about being careful in your place of work. If you do the kind of work that has factors that affect the respiratory system, you must have the orientation. So companies should give orientation to their employees. Companies should provide protective measures for the employees, especially against their health. The government should also look into the youth of today and the things we do, we take in as food, as enjoyment and all that affect the lungs. Then individuals too should be more careful, prioritize on your health and avoid all these things that are well spelled out that can affect the lungs and result to lung cancer. If you have diseases, don't sit back and say you are managing it. You should know your limits. There are behind-the-counter drugs you can get on your own. There is that limit when you need to seek for professionals, which are the medical doctors, so you go to the hospital.
All right. Thank you, doctor. But I want to ask, how are you coping with this nerve-wracking challenge?
How are we coping?
Yes.
The medical work is you deal with it every day.
Okay.
One day at a time.
He gets used to?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think any doctor gets used to the medical work.
Okay. You see each patient bringing a different challenge.
It's more burden in Nigeria. You see, it's a huge question, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. We'll get there one day.
Okay.
We'll get there one day. The system has not come. Like I said, the system has not prioritized on health. So the work is more burdensome on the doctors.
Okay.
You apart from the patient load, the uncompliance from the patient, the unavailability of resources, and the rest. So they are all factors that affect it. So it's overwhelming, but we'll continue pushing.
Okay. Now I want to ask, before I let you go, what about the equipment you need as a doctor to help you navigate these challenges? Would you say you are getting enough support from the system?
Enough support from the system, we are not there yet.
Okay.
We are not there
so
yet.
So more is still desired?
We are not there yet.
All right.
But we will continue doing our best with the available resources.
All right. Dr. Kimefuna, let me give you the platform. Speak directly to the government and to the people before we go.
Well, for the audience, I wish to bring to our notice that lung cancer is a very deadly disease. The lung tissue is a vital organ, and if you see it as life-threatening thing, you should avoid everything about it. The best health care is preventive medicine. So hit the information we've given you, keep your lungs safe, and keep your life long. Thank you.
All right. We can say that lung cancer is a formidable challenge, but awareness, early detection, and advance in treatment offer hope. Together, we can fight this disease through education, screening, and support for those affected. And for even the medical practitioners themselves, they need adequate equipment. They need to be equipped to be able to confront this challenge. And Dr. Ikemefuna Nnamani of the Accident and Emergency Department of ASU Teaching Hospital, Parkland, thank you for joining us today.
The pleasure is mine.
Yes.
The pleasure is mine.
Yes. And to you, our viewers, remember that on the inside, your views matter. Do send in your concern, your opinion, or other issues you would want us to bring Dr. Ikemefuna Nnamani to speak on with the hashtag The Insight, or at Aneke TV on our social media handles, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. To come your way, same time, I am your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued stealing of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests including foreigners reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the courts, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/E/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that's the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's been, will I say, enforced, so to speak. It's what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and, redress this situation.
Also speaking, chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, a source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society. Please join us as they share their thoughts.
First of all, I'm not passionate about leaving the country per se, like the jackpot thing. For me, I want to actually stay in this country and then build myself. If I should go outside the country, should be for vacation and to come back, yeah. So I'm not really interested in the illegal parts or whether it is legal or illegal. I'm not really interested.
I just want to be free. I like freedom. I like comfort. So if I'm leaving, I want it to be legal.
Human trafficking in Nigeria is not something we hear about every day, but then we know it's happening. So, but we don't hear about measures they take to curb this thing happening in the country. I don't necessarily have to say they are doing very well, but from the news, we don't hear things where we don't hear things like them getting curbing it, or maybe them busting out these human traffickers. We don't hear things like, okay, so number of persons were caught trafficking and then they have been jailed or an action has been taken against them. We don't hear these things, so we don't know if they're actually doing enough. So we'd actually urge them to do these things, and when they do it, they have to let the public know that, okay, we as a government, we are fighting human trafficking.
When you talk about human traffickers are talking about exchanging of, that is sending our young ones outside for personal purposes and personal profits. Well, what I will actually say is because the way this country is something less now. Because the first thing that the government need to do is have to fish out those who are involved in it, and I know they are doing it. Now, one benefit I know as a computer scientist or as a computer engineer is making use of what these are AI to fish out them. If they can improve on that technology, I believe they can easily be able to track out those who are involved in it. And once they are able to track out those involved in it, then those who are involved should face the persecution, should face the law. What the law says about it, then they should be able to face it. By the time they face it, I believe things like this will reduce. So my advice to the government is for them to improve their technology and how to track this thing. But for now, for me as a scientist, Nigeria is really lacking behind in terms of improvement of technology. That's what I actually want them to improve on. Nigeria is actually lacking behind in terms of technology. By the time they improve in technology, I believe tracking of this human trafficking will be very easy for Nigerians to do.
For human traffickers, I feel like there should be a capital punishment because no one deserves to be trafficked, and it's actually a very, very serious offense.
It's something the government should take into consideration. It's not something we hear about all the time, yeah, but then it's something that still happens, and it still happens in many places, but then we don't really hear about it that much. So the government should actually do something or take any measure to curb human trafficking.
I don't really care about that. You get? I feel like everybody should mind their business. It's their marriage and it's their life. There's a reason why Regina Daniels, is coming out to everybody to complain. You get? Probably she's too scared to face it, out in her marriage. You understand? Because I heard that she was domestically abused. You get? So that can traumatize her to do anything. So she's not seeking help from outside people. Nonetheless, anyone that works for them.
I don't think it's over. I think it's just hitting a rough patch. Yeah. Because, as they say, you cannot get in between two lovers. As she said in her recent post that she married him out of that, she fell in love with him. So,
I am Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. History was made in Enugu State as Governor Peter Mbah officially joined the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC), marking a major political shift in the state. Speaking at Enugu South, the council chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Kele Ebane, said the council has agreed to stand with the governor as he moved from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the APC. He described the move as a step towards aligning with the national leadership for the progress of Enugu people.
In aligning ourselves with the policies and the principles of the state, we have found it worthy that we should address our followers, our party members today, that we are taking that very bold step. Note that nothing have spoiled. What we are doing is something that will give us that very platform to continue to serve our people better. And that is connecting Enugu State, Enugu South to the center. We can no longer play an opposition politics again. That was the reason why we are moving today to APC.
The ceremony shifted to Okpara Square, where massive supporters filled the venue wearing APC branded shirts and caps, waving their brooms in excitement. There was music, dancing, and a strong sense of unity as party members and residents turned out in large numbers to welcome the governor. In a speech, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the APC's presence in Enugu State signaled a new beginning for the Southeast, while the President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, commended Governor Mbah for his performance and said it was only right for him to join a progressive team.
Enugu is the heartbeat of the southeastern Nigeria. Is it true? When we have Enugu, are we not having Southeast as a whole? Are we going to do that? Thank you very much. The man that is transforming, the man that is performing, should belong to the progressive family. So if I say Peter Mbah, you say progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive.
The former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Chime, thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for welcoming Governor Peter Mbah into the APC family and called it a move that would strengthen the state politically.
I want to say on behalf of the entire Enugu State, a very big thank you to our distinguished visitors. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for being here to honor and receive our governor into our fold.
For the executive governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mbah, his decision to join APC was a collective one made in the best interest of the people.
APC! Tomorrow is here! APC! Tomorrow is here! Ndi Enugu kweni! Ndi Igbo kweni! Ndi Southeast kwezonu! Today,
from the margins. It marks an end of being on the sideline. Today, we are coming together as the Southeast to put an end to fragmented policy.
Representing the President, Vice President Kashim Shettima praised Ndibo for their resilience and contribution to the nation. He declared Governor Peter Mbah the new leader of APC in Enugu State.
I believe Ndibo have come to the mainstream of Nigerian politics. I want to warmly welcome you to the APC. And as far as the APC convention and constitution, the governor is the leader of the party in the state. Your Excellency, you are now the leader of the APC family in Enugu State.
Again, the event was attended by several prominent figures, including Senator Ken Nnamani, Senator Uche Ekunife, Prince Nicholas Okachuku, and others. The high point of the day was the official presentation of the APC flag to Governor Peter Mbah by the party's national chairman, Dr. Nentawe Yewada.
Aneke TV. Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm, or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water, and sometimes when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued selling of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests including foreigners reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value-added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister Eze clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government, and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the courts, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/E/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that is the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Tax Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's being, will I say, enforced, so to speak, is what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and redress this situation.
Also speaking, chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, a source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society.
Good afternoon and welcome to News Across the Country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now to the headlines. Military veterans threaten action over possible disciplinary measures against officer in Wike confrontation. Lagos government calls for equal access to family planning services for persons with disabilities. Gombe State approves 1.3 billion naira for construction of Deputy Governor's office. Mass defections shake PDP ahead of Council National Convention. Ogun Governor Abiodun focuses on road development to boost socio-economic growth. Federal pensioners sets November 23rd deadline for payment of arrears and palliatives. Aneke presents certificate of return to re-elected Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo. Abia State Assembly pledges full support for Governor Oti's job creation and investment initiatives. Now to the details of the news. A coalition of Nigerian military veterans has demanded that FCT Minister Nyesom Wike publicly apologize for verbally abusing a naval officer during a recent confrontation in Abuja. The veterans insist that public office holders must respect security personnel on duty, warning that Wike's alleged insults demean the dignity of the office. The incident stemmed from a viral video capturing Wike confronting naval officers guarding a disputed land site. Wike accused them of supporting an illegal development while the officers maintained they were executing lawful orders. One of the naval officers reportedly stated the land belonged to a former chief of naval staff, escalating tensions during the encounter. Wike allegedly referred to the officer as a fool in the confrontation, drawing nationwide attention. The veterans have issued a sharp warning that any disciplinary action against the officer will trigger protests at Wike's office and residence. They emphasize that uniformed officers represent state authority and should not face intimidation for performing their duties. The Lagos State government has called for inclusive access to family planning services for people with disabilities, PWDs, across the state. The appeal was made during a stakeholder engagement hosted by the Office for Disability Affairs, LASODA, in Ikeja. Adenike Oyetunde Wolawal, LASODA General Manager, emphasized the government's commitment to advancing equality and inclusion for PWDs. She noted the access to reproductive health services is a critical aspect of ensuring the community's rights are respected. Olukani Abokai Enyola, LASODA's Director of Medical Rehabilitation, said the government is collaborating with development partners to provide necessary family planning consumables. These initiatives are designed to ensure the PWDs receive the same health opportunities as other citizens. The Lagos State government reiterated its commitment to inclusion, highlighting that policies promoting equitable access align with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's broader social development agenda. Stakeholders were urged to actively participate in advancing these programs. The Gombe State government has sanctioned the construction of a new deputy governor's office at a projected cost of 1.337 billion naira. The approval comes as part of an ongoing effort to modernize state government facilities. State Commissioner for Works, Housing and Transportation Usman Maijamas Kalamu explained the existing office is located too far from the government house, necessitating a relocation for administrative efficiency. The new office will be built on the site of the former Gombe Jewel Hotel adjacent to the government house. Officials stated the project will also boost the state's socio-economic activities, facilitating smoother governance and public engagement with the Deputy Governor's Office. Residents and stakeholders expressed optimism over improved administrative convenience. Former ministers Chibike Amechi and Obiageli Ezekwesili have sharply criticized Nigerian political and electoral framework, calling for urgent reforms. Speaking at National Electoral Reform Summit in Abuja, Amechi accused political leaders of hypocrisy, noting they pressured former President Buhari not to sign key electoral amendments. Amechi described the refusal as a major political misstep, highlighting that politicians only embrace reforms that serve their self-interest. He stressed that meaningful electoral reform must ensure citizen participation and fairness. Dr. Ezekwesili warned that Nigeria's democracy is in moral and institutional crisis. describing systems as increasingly dependent on judicial decisions rather than voter will. She called for a complete independence of the Electoral Commission and consistent judicial processes to restore public trust. Ogun State Governor Dabo Abiodun has emphasized road development as a priority to enhance the state's socio-economic growth. Speaking in Abeokuta, the governor stated that infrastructure development is critical for economic progress and investment attraction. He affirmed that his administration remains committed to delivering tangible results despite criticism from opposition voices and armchair critics. The focus, he said, will remain on implementation rather than reacting to detractors. In parallel, Nigerian Union of Pensioners (NUP) in Ogun State urged the government to review pensions, citing rising living costs exacerbated by fuel subsidy removal and inflation. Pensioners stressed that a consequential adjustment is essential for survival. Governor Abiodun assured residents that the administration is aware of the pension challenges and remains committed to balancing infrastructure expansion with welfare provisions for retirees. The Enugu State government has unveiled a digital survey management system aimed at ending land grabbing, fraudulent allocations, and illegal land sales. State Surveyor General Solomon Chime Justice said the system represents a full transition from analog to digital land administration. The platform secures all survey data, coordinates and professional signatures in a tamper-proof database. Once recorded, survey data cannot be altered without accountability, ensuring transparency and protection of property ownership. Surveyor Emmanuel Namani, chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, described the reform as revolutionary, noting it enhances accuracy through tools such as drones, GPS, and land and total stations. Developers and landowners are encouraged to register properties digitally to secure legal titles. A forum in Enugu Center for Memories examined the alignment of Igbo cultural principles with contemporary human rights ideals. Participants called for respect for justice, fairness, and communal values across Igbo land. The Nkata Umuibe gatherings brought together thought leaders, advocates, and civil society actors to discuss integrating traditional governance practices with modern legal frameworks. Speakers emphasized the need to protect vulnerable groups and uphold equality, highlighting cultural mechanisms that historically maintained accountability and fairness within communities. Correspondent Chidimari Kemede was there for Aneke TV.
A November edition of Nkata Umuibe, held at the Center for Memories in Enugu, examined the state of human rights in Igbo land under the theme Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ. Guest speaker and human rights advocate Mr. Larry Oguego emphasized the interdependence between people and community, likening it to that of water and fish. He traced the concept of human rights in Igbo society to pre-colonial traditions of justice and fairness, and decried ongoing abuses by security agencies and government institutions.
When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in Ali. But before that question of the state of human rights in Ali, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the Azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between mmiri and the azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dipe, ma dipe aru n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri kam biri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo.
Mr. Gwego urged Ndi Igbo to revive communal values and use their strength to protect the vulnerable. The session, moderated by Mavis Norma, called on learning institutions to champion the restoration of human rights and dignity across our Igbo. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you very much, Chidima, for that. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Military veterans threaten action over possible disciplinary measures against officer in Wiki confrontation. Lagos government calls for equal access to family planning services for persons with disabilities. And coming up shortly, Aneke presents certificate of return to re-elected Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV.
Still on the news, the Coalition of Federal Pensioners of Nigeria has set a November 23rd deadline for the payment of arrears and palliatives, warning of a nationwide naked protest on November 24th if demands are unmet. National Chairman Mukaila Ogunbote said retirees have yet to receive 32,000 naira pension increments, arrears, and the 25,000 naira palliative allowance approved since 2023. Ogunbote lamented the severe hardship endured by pensioners, noting that some have died due to financial strain. He emphasized that pensioners are more vulnerable than active workers who have already received their palliatives. The coalition appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intervene, directing the Minister of Finance and Accountant General to release funds immediately to avoid further distress before the festive season. Plans were also disclosed for diaspora pensioners to join the protest, indicating a global demonstration aimed at compelling government compliance. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo officially received his certificate of return from Aneke following his re-election last Saturday. Supervisor Electoral Commissioner Ken Ukeagu urged the governor to use the renewed mandate to deliver on promises. Soludo commended President Bola Tinubu, Aneke, and security agencies for ensuring a free and fair electoral process. He noted this marks only the third successful re-election of a sitting governor in Anambra State, signaling improved electoral credibility. Senator Ojuzo Kalu predicted Soludo may soon join the ruling APC, calling him a natural progressive, aligned with national policy goals. Meanwhile, civil society group Elect Her praised Anambra for high female representation in governance and inclusive political participation. The governor reiterated commitment to policy continuity, promising to consolidate gains in governance, development, and citizen welfare across the state. The Abia State House of Assembly has declared full backing for Governor Alex Oti's policy, particularly initiatives targeting job creation and investment promotion. Speaker Emmanuel Emerua announced the support during a meeting with Special Advisor Jerome Green Amakwe. The Assembly pledged to facilitate the Abia Tokiye Investment Summit and Product Exhibition, aimed at showcasing local products and attracting foreign investments. Green Amakwe highlighted the potential for partnership with Turkish firms to create jobs and transfer technology. Officials stated that the collaboration between the executive and legislative arms has maintained state peace and policy continuity, crucial for investor confidence. The Assembly affirmed continued support for Governor Oti's economic vision, stressing alignment with strategies to drive sustainable growth and improve citizens' livelihoods. Now to business news. The federal government may suspend the planned capital gains tax (CGT) on profits from shares and investments. Minister of Finance Wale Edun said the government is taking a consultative approach following investor concerns over the 25% tax. Investors warned that the tax could discourage domestic and foreign investments, particularly as the stock market has shown signs of decline in recent months. Minister Edun noted that the government will analyze, discuss and decide on the appropriate course of action to ensure the CGT does not undermine business growth. The announcement coincided with the listing of a major housing investment fund of the Nigerian Exchange, NGX, aimed at promoting wealth creation for ordinary Nigerians. Also in business news, the Senate Committee on Public Accounts has rejected NNPCL's claim of 210 trillion naira in accrued expenses and receivables between 2017 and 2023. Committee Chairman Ali Ahmed described the 103 trillion naira claim for cash calls as legally impossible, given the company's total revenue of 24 trillion naira over 5 years. The committee demanded the funds be returned to the Treasury and warned that former officials could be subpoenaed if satisfactory explanations are not provided. Alleged illegal subsidy practices by NNPCL and NAPIMS were also flagged. The House of Representatives abruptly adjourned plenary after an executive session, leaving bills and motions pending reportedly due to protest over unpaid capital project funds. Analysts say the standoff underscores recurring governance and financial accountability challenges in key public institutions which continue to affect project execution nationwide. Still talking business, the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company has begun the second phase of its free prepaid meter distribution under the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's Meter Acquisition Fund Program. According to the company's group head of corporate communications, Aneke, the exercise targets unmetered customers on Band A feeders across the southeast. A total of 13,335 customers are expected to benefit under this phase, which kicked off on November 2nd with a Know Your Customer validation exercise. Eze emphasized that both the meters and installation are completely free, warning customers not to make any form of payments to installers or other inducements. He advised consumers to update their contact details at EEDC offices to ensure a smooth rollout and efficient communication during the deployment process. The company disclosed that 13,614 Band A customers were already metered earlier in the year under the first phase known as Tranche A, while Band B customers will be captured next. The initiative is part of EEDC's effort to close the existing metering gap and enhance transparency and accountability in electricity billing across its network. As he also revealed that another metering program, the Distribution Sector Recovery Project, is underway to further expand access to prepaid meters. He warned against meter bypass and energy theft, urging customers to report illegal connections or suspicious activities. For inquiries or complaints, customers are encouraged to contact EEDC's call center or its official WhatsApp lines. Now moving over to sports. Nigeria's Super Eagles refuse to train in Rabat, Morocco. Ahead of tomorrow's 2026 World Cup playoff against Gabon, demanding payment of outstanding allowances dating back to the 2019 AFCON. Players stated they would not leave their hotel until issues are resolved. Debts reportedly include bonuses for reaching the 2025 AFCON and the 2026 playoff stage. Players allege the current NFF board has disowned prior commitments, claiming they were not in charge at the time. Source closest to the team say players feel disrespected and fear missing out on payments if World Cup qualification fails. The NFF has yet to officially respond, raising concerns over Nigeria's preparedness and the potential impact on national morale ahead of critical fixtures. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State received the 2025 AFRIF Excellence Award, renamed the Herbert Wigwe Award, for supporting the state's creative industry. Chema Ude, CEO of AVDMAC AFRIF, cited his commitment to infrastructure, security, and Nollywood promotion. Governor Mbah expressed gratitude, pledging to increase investment in the creative sector to grow Enugu's economy sevenfold. Officials described the award as recognition of policies that strengthen the state's film industry and cultural economy. The administration highlighted ongoing efforts to create an enabling environment for filmmakers, artists, and industry stakeholders. Now to entertainment. Boluwatife Balogun, son of music star Wizkid, achieved #1 on Apple Music Nigeria within 5 hours of releasing his debut single, Champion Arrival. His EP is charting in 16 countries and reached 71 on the UK Apple Music Top Albums list. The achievements make him the youngest African artist to top the Apple Music Nigerian Top Albums charts. Fans and industry watchers have lauded his talent and maturity. His mother, Shola Ogudugu, celebrated the milestone on social media, thanking supporters and celebrating the artist's historic debut. The earlier success signals a promising career trajectory with international recognition already on the way. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Key figures, including Senator Jaribe Agom Jaribe and founding father Joel Madaki, have formally defected from the PDP to the APC. Former ministers criticized politicians for hypocrisy, calling for urgent reforms in the electoral process. The committee says the 103 trillion naira claimed as cash calls is legally impossible and demands the funds be returned to the Treasury. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. For some time, you see, I'm giving you sign. What are you pressing there? You wanted me, but you were not looking. I've already finished reading. I have to start waiting for you. Ina chomoku. You're showing me.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water, We need water, and sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued sealing of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests including foreigners reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the courts, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/E/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that is the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court's verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's being, will I say, enforced, so to speak, is what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and, redress this situation.
Also speaking, chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, a source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society. Please join us as they share their thoughts.
First of all, I'm not passionate about leaving the country per se, like the jackpot thing. For me, I want to actually stay in this country and then build myself. If I should go outside the country, should for vacation and to come back, so I'm not really interested in the illegal parts or whether it is legal or illegal. I'm not really interested.
I just want to be free. I like freedom. I like comfort. So if I'm leaving, I want it to be legal.
Human trafficking in Nigeria is not something we hear about every day, but then we know it's happening. But we don't hear about measures they take to curb this thing happening in the country. I don't necessarily have to say they are doing very well, but from the news, we don't hear things where we don't hear things like them getting curbing it, or maybe them busting out these women traffickers. We don't hear things like, okay, so number of persons were caught trafficking and then they have been jailed or an action has been taken against them. We don't hear these things, so we don't know if they're actually doing enough. So we'd actually urge them to do these things, and when they do it, they have to let the public know that, okay, we as a government, we are fighting human trafficking.
When you talk about human traffickers are talking about exchanging of, that is sending our young ones outside for personal purposes and personal profits. Well, what I will actually say is because the way this country is something else now. Because the first thing that the government need to do is have to fish out those who are involved in it, and I know they are doing it. Now, one benefit I know as a computer scientist or as a computer engineer is making use of what this AI to fish out them. If they can improve on that technology, I believe they can easily be able to track out those who are involved in it. And once they are able to track out those in it, then those who are involved should face the persecution, should face the law. What the law says about it, then they should be able to face it. By the time they face it, I believe things like this will reduce. So my advice to the government is for them to improve their their technology in order to track this thing. But for now, for me as a scientist, Nigeria is really lacking behind in terms of improvement of technology. That's what I actually want them to improve on. Nigeria is actually lacking behind in terms of technology. By the time they improve in technology, I believe tracking of this human trafficking will be very easy for Nigerians to do.
For human traffickers, I feel like there should be a capital punishment because no one deserves to be trafficked, and it's actually a very, very serious offense.
It's something the government should take into consideration. It's not something we hear about all the time, yeah, but then it's something that still happens, and it still happens in many places, but then we don't really hear about it that much. So the government should actually do something or take any measure to curb human trafficking.
I don't really care about that. Again, I feel like everybody should mind their business. It's their marriage and it's their life. There's a reason why Regina Daniels, is coming out to everybody to complain. Again, probably she's too scared to face it, out in her marriage. You understand? Because I heard that she was domestically abused. Again, so that can traumatize her to do anything. So she's not seeking help from outside people. Nonetheless, anyone that works for them.
I don't think it's over. I think it's just hitting a rough patch. Yeah. Because, as they say, you cannot get in between two lovers. As she said in her recent post that she married him out of that she fell in love with him. So,
I am Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. History was made in Enugu State as Governor Peter Mbah officially joined the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC), marking a major political shift in the state. Speaking at Enugu South, the council chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Kele Ebane, said the council has agreed to stand with the governor as he moved from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the APC. He described the move as a step towards aligning with the national leadership for the progress of Enugu people.
In aligning ourselves with the policies and the principles of the state, we have found it worthy that we should address our followers, our party members today, that we are taking that very bold step. Note that nothing have spoiled. What we are doing is something that will give us that very platform to continue to serve our people better. And that is connecting Enugu State, Enugu South to the center. We can no longer play an opposition politics again. That was the reason why we are moving today to APC.
The ceremony shifted to Okpara Square, where massive supporters filled the venue wearing APC branded shirts and caps, waving their brooms in excitement. There was music, dancing, and a strong sense of unity as party members and residents turned out in large numbers to welcome the governor. In a speech, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the APC's presence in Enugu State signaled a new beginning for the Southeast, while the President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, commended Governor Mbah for his performance and said it was only right for him to join a progressive team.
Enugu is the heartbeat of the southeastern Nigeria. Is it true? When we have Enugu, are we not having Southeast as a whole? Are we going to do that? Thank you very much. A man that is transforming, a man that is performing, should belong to the progressive family. So if I say Peter Mbah, you say progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive.
The former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Chime, thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for welcoming Governor Peter Mbah into the APC family and called it a move that would strengthen the state politically.
I want to say on behalf of the entire Enugu State, a very big thank you to to our distinguished visitors. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for being here to honor and receive our governor into our fold.
For the executive governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, his decision to join APC was a collective one made in the best interest of the people.
APC! Tomorrow is here! APC! Tomorrow is here! Ndị Enugu kwenu! Ndị Igbo kwenu! Ndị South East kwezonu! Today begins a march from the margins. It marks an end of being on the sideline. Today, we are coming together as the Southeast to put an end to fragmented politics.
Representing the President, Vice President Kashim Shettima praised Ndi for their resilience and contribution to the nation. He declared Governor Peter Mba the new leader of APC in Enugu State.
I believe Ndi will have come to the mainstream of Nigerian politics. I want to warmly welcome you to the APC. And as for the APC convention and constitution, the governor is the leader of the party in the state. Your Excellency, you are now the leader of the APC family in Enugu State.
Again, the event was attended by several prominent figures, including Senator Ken Nnamani, Senator Uche Ekunife, Prince Nicholas Okachuku, and others. The high point of the day was the official presentation of the APC flag to Governor Peter Mba by the party's national chairman, Dr. Nentawe Yewada.
Aneke TV.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water, and sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water, falling from our eyes or washing over our skin, can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued stealing of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests, including foreigners, reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value-added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister Eze clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times, there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government, and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the court, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/E/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that is the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Tax Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's being, will I say, enforced, so to speak, is what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and redress this situation.
Also speaking, Chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, A source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society. Please join us as they share their thoughts.
First of all, I'm not passionate about leaving the country per se, like the Jackpot thing. For me, I want to actually stay in this country and then build myself. If I should go outside the country, should be for vacation and to come back. So I'm not really interested in the illegal parts or whether it is legal or illegal. I'm not really interested.
I just want to be free. I like freedom. I like comfort. So if I'm leaving, I want it to be legal.
Human trafficking in Nigeria is not something we hear about every day, but then we know it's happening. So, but we don't hear about measures they take to curb this thing happening in the country. I don't necessarily have to say they are doing very well, but from the news, we don't hear things where we don't hear things like them getting curbing it, or maybe them busting out these human traffickers. We don't hear things like, okay, so number of persons were caught trafficking and then they have been jailed or an action has been taken against them. We don't hear these things, so we don't know if they're actually doing enough. So we'd actually urge them to do these things, and when they do it, they have to let the public know that, okay, we as a government, we are fighting human trafficking.
When you talk about human traffickers are talking about exchanging of, that is sending our young ones outside for personal purposes and personal profits. Well, what I will actually say is because the way this country is something less now. Because the first thing that the government need to do is have to fish out those who are involved in it, and I know they are doing it. Now, one benefit I know as a computer scientist or as a computer engineer is making use of what these are AI to fish out them. If they can improve on that technology, I believe they can easily be able to track out those who are involved in it. And once they're able to track out those involved in it, then those who are involved should face the persecution, should face the law. What the law says about it, then they should be able to face it. By the time they face it, I believe things like this will reduce. So my advice to the government is for them to improve their technology and how to track this thing. But for now, for me as a scientist, Nigeria is really lacking behind in terms of improvement of technology. That's what I actually want them to improve on. Nigeria is actually lacking behind in terms of technology. By the time they improve in technology, I believe tracking of this human trafficking will be very easy for Nigerians to do.
For human traffickers, I feel like there should be a capital punishment because no one deserves to be trafficked, and it's actually a very, very serious offense.
It's something the government should take into consideration. It's not something we hear about all the time, but then it's something that still happens, and it still happens in many places, but then we don't really hear about it that much. So the government should actually do something or take any measure to curb human trafficking.
I don't really care about that. Again, I feel like everybody should mind their business. It's their marriage and it's their life. There's a reason why Regina Daniels, is coming out to everybody to complain. Again, probably she's too scared to face it, out in her marriage. You understand? Because I heard that she was domestically abused. Again, so that can traumatize her to do anything. So she's not seeking help from outside people. Nonetheless, anyone that works for them.
I don't think it's over. I think it's just hitting a rough patch. Because as they say, you cannot get in between two lovers. As she said in her recent post that she married him out of that she fell in love with him. So
I am Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. History was made in Enugu State as Governor Peter Mbah officially joined the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, marking a major political shift in the state. Speaking at Enugu South, the council chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Kele Ebane, said the council has agreed to stand with the governor as he moved from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the APC. He described the move as a step towards aligning with the national leadership for the progress of Enugu people.
In aligning ourselves with the policies and the principles of the state, we have found it worthy that we should address our followers, our party members today, that we are taking that very bold step. Note that nothing have spoiled. What we are doing is something that will give us that very platform to continue to serve our people better. And that is connecting Enugu State, Enugu South to the center. We can no longer play an opposition politics again. That was the reason why we are moving today to APC.
The ceremony shifted to Okpara Square, where massive supporters filled the venue wearing APC branded shirts and caps, waving their brooms in excitement. There was music, dancing, and a strong sense of unity as party members and residents turned out in large numbers to welcome the governor. In a speech, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the APC's presence in Enugu State signaled a new beginning for the Southeast, while the President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, commended Governor Mbah for his performance and said it was only right for him to join a progressive team.
Enugu is the heartbeat of the southeastern Nigeria. Is it true? When we have Enugu, are we not having Southeast as a whole? Are we going to do that? Thank you very much. A man that is transforming, a man that is performing, should belong to the progressive family. So if I say Peter Mbah, you say progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive.
The former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Chime, thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for welcoming Governor Peter Mbah into the APC family and called it a move that would strengthen the state politically.
I want to say on behalf of the entire Enugu State, a very big thank you to our distinguished visitors. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for being here to honor and receive our governor into our fold.
For the executive governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mbah, his decision to join APC was a collective one made in the best interest of the people.
APC! Tomorrow is here! APC! Tomorrow is here! Ndi Enugu kwenu! Ndi Igbo kwenu! Ndi Southeast kwezonu! Today begins a march from the margins. It marks an end of being on the sideline. Today, we are coming together as the Southeast to put an end to fragmented politics.
Representing the President, Vice President Kashim Shettima praised Ndi for their resilience and contribution to the nation. He declared Governor Peter Mbah the new leader of APC in Enugu State.
I believe Ndi have come to the mainstream of Nigerian politics. I want to warmly welcome you to the APC. And as far as the APC convention and constitution, the governor is the leader of the party in the state. Your Excellency, you are now the leader of the APC family in Enugu State.
Again, the event was attended by several prominent figures, including Senator Ken Nnamani. Senator Uche Ekunife, Prince Nicholas Okachuku, and others. The high point of the day was the official presentation of the APC flag to Governor Peter Mba by the party's national chairman, Dr. Nentawe Yewada.
Aneke TV.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water. And sometimes, when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued selling of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests including foreigners reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coal City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the courts, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/E/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that is the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's being, will I say, enforced, so to speak, is what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and redress this situation.
Also speaking, Chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, a source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Yes. All right, dear viewer, many thanks to you for joining us on the show, The Arena, coming to you on Aneke television today. I hope you're doing well wherever you are joining us today. My name is Chris Anibog. Remember that The Arena is a platform where we meet to take on burning topical issues and matters which faces us as a people in the society. Yes, of course, we host analysts, guests who come to offer their thoughts and opinions on these burning issues and matters. Our purpose is that we should be able to engender a better society for every one of us. So you're welcome on board. And today on the show, we are looking at the state, Enugu. Are you aware of the recent budget report on states of states, especially where it has to do with internally generated revenue by states? Yes, the news report says that Enugu State has emerged the likeliest state to survive without the federal allocation coming from the federal government. Can you beat that? Well, for some persons, it is unimaginable. Some other persons will say it's not possible. All right, maybe at the end of today's show, we may be able to know the possibility and the reality. And that's why we have brought on stage today to come to analysis of this development for us the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media, in the person of Dr. Ruben Oyishi. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you on Aneke TV today.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so dear viewer, the report says that Enugu State has emerged as Nigeria's most fiscally viable sub-national government, according to Budget 2025 State of States report. The report shows that Enugu State is the most probable state to finance its operating expenses exclusively from internally generated revenue and independent of allocations from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, the one they call FAC. Now, whereas Enugu, Lagos, Abia, Anambra, and Kwara are the 5 top states on the ranking, likely to survive independence of FAC receipts, we have the rest, as Yobe, Benue, Jigawa, Kogi, and Imo ranked the least on the ranking. Least viable states, presently the report also shows. So according to the findings, based on Index A, which measures states' ability to meet recurrent expenditure obligations using only IGR, that's internally generated revenue. So the research methodology for Index A was the ratio of operating expenses to the state's IGR. According to Budget, states that rank higher on this index exhibit greater financial autonomy and long-term viability. More details in the course of the discussion. I wouldn't know what it will mean for you, Dr. Ruben Oyishi. For those of you who are in this current government led by Peter Ndubisimba, the man referred to as a visionary leader, will it be a congratulations to you, or will it be more of a congratulations to the people of Enugu, to Enugu? Which will it be?
Well, I would say congratulations to the to the people of Enugu, because it's all about the people. Whether revenue is being generated and driven is also from the people. So I would say congratulations to the people of Enugu State.
All right.
And then congratulations to the governor who has provided the leading initiatives that led to, and the creativity that led to this humongous achievement in revenue mobilization.
Really, really humongous indeed.
Yes, yes.
But then again, it's the worrisome part of the report. Is it true? Is it true? Ruben Oyishi, or are we just playing politics?
Excuse me. The figures, the facts and the figures are there. So
yeah, we have the facts and the figures.
The figures are there. So it's not about whether it's true. It sounds, yeah, it's quite unimaginable, but that's the reality that back came on board. In 2021, the IGR of the state was around 24 billion. Okay, and 2022 it was about 28.7 billion.
Okay,
you understand, which has a marginal increase
before he came
on board. So he came on board in the middle of 2023, and then drove the IGR to 33 point something billion. You understand? Then Enugu was coming, I think, 12th in the rank 12th among the nations. So, but in 2024, the IGR was driven to 180.5 billion, which is 433% increase. So it's a reality, and one begins to marvel at the creativity of His Excellency. You understand, in terms of, because once you say, people will say, oh, because people are being taxed heavily, and there's no heavy taxing of people here. But what the governor did was to widen the tax base or the tax net, so that it became impossible for people to evade tax, because before now tax evasion was all the rage. People could pay, people could not pay, people can avoid tax and all that. But with the introducing of e-ticketing and e-payment, the digitalization of the taxing process actually made it impossible for tax evasion to obtain. So you find out that that was what the governor did. He widened the tax base so that everybody will now pay tax.
Those who are supposed to pay tax.
Yes, will pay tax. And then institutional reforms are like the revitalization of moribund assets is something that is also quite creative on the part of His Excellency. You saw ICC, you saw Hotel Presidential, you saw Enugu International Hospital, you saw UPPL, you saw Niger Gas, Niger Steel. All these are assets revamped that are bringing in revenue to the state government. So that is the situation as it is. And if you look at the budget of 2025, IGR has an estimate of about 500 billion. You understand? That's quite ambitious. All right. And we'll see to what extent it is met as the year is drawing to a close. So that is it. But it's really not going to fall short of 2024 result. You understand? So, which means that it will be surpassed. So Enugu is still there. Enugu is ranking in terms of fiscal independence. Enugu is ranking very high. If you remove Lagos, Rivers, Ogun, and FCT, Enugu comes up, and Enugu is almost one of the best. Which means that the governor himself has said that FAC is something that we have to save for our children. You understand that we should be able to generate enough revenue to cover our operating expenses. And that is what is happening now, because Enugu is stable, fiscally independent, can stand on its own without FAC and deal with all its expenses. So it's a great development, and it's an achievement on the part of the governor, who has really done a lot through his creative afflatus. He was able to, it's about thinking. This is a thinking governor who thinks and who brings his thoughts to action. And that is what we are seeing playing out in Enugu.
Now, in 2024, we have states like Rivers, Lagos, Ogun, Anambra, and Cross River making the top 5 rankings.
Yes.
Thus, the 2025 report represents for Enugu State a quantum leap in improved revenue collection and expenditure management, and a major score for the governor Peter Mbale administration. So, but in 2025, Enugu has come to surpass them all. Then, the concern again now is, one sitting on the sidelines we want to ask, what is the magic wand with which the governor is pulling these records? Because where are the industries in Enugu? Yes, you just made reference to the revamping of moribund assets. We understand. But Enugu is not known to be a heavy industrialized state like Lagos, where you have major industries. You understand?
Yes.
Enugu has not physically joined the oil producing states yet. That is maybe receiving
derivatives.
Derivatives. You understand?
Yeah.
So one we want to ask, what then is the magic wand?
It's just like about thinking, because this is somebody who, the governor, he came in, before he came in, he had plans, he had projections. He was thinking of how to move Enugu. The target, we have a target of, GDP target of $30 billion.
That's
you understand? And it's going to be done by public sector driven, but public sector enabled. You understand? So by implication, we want to bring in investors.
Okay.
You understand? Bring in investors. The target is to raise the GDP to $30 billion. Then make Enugu the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. And then reduce poverty to 0% headcount index. So the governor, before he came on board, had studied Enugu clearly, and now proffered solutions. Say, look, this is what I want to do. Enugu should be one of 3 economies in Nigeria, in the order of Lagos and all that. Top 3. Do you understand? You know that Ogun State, for instance, most of the industries are in Ogun State.
Yes, of course, because of proximity to
Lagos. And Lagos on its own, is heavy. You understand? But we want an economy that is as big as Lagos. That's the target of the governor. Do you understand? So he's driving it on all fours. He's driving it using infrastructure to drive ease of doing business, which will also attract investors. That's what he's doing. Opening up the space, opening up the state. We expect about 3 million visitors in Enugu every year. Do you understand? You saw the conference that happened the other day, the law conference.
That's right.
And at the ICC, conferences are happening. Enugu is becoming a conferencing hub for Nigeria. Do you understand? Then you see the Enugu A. Do you understand? That is opened up, and then plans to operationalize the international airport and the cargo wing, the international cargo wings of the airport. Do you understand? Because he wants to make the state viable, make it an aviation hub, so that people can come in and live. You understand? People can come in. And when people are coming in fact, when we were doing business, so one of my friends told me that that's Oku Bafia. Oku Bafia. If people are coming into your shop, they are coming in. Now you are selling.
Walk in, walk out.
Walk in, walk out. So Oku Bafia. So by implication, when people are coming into the Enugu state, those people are coming, they will eat, they will do shopping, they will lodge. All these things are more or less contributing to the economic development of the state. So these are what he's doing. And then in terms of revenue, you see, a lot of things were being frittered away. A lot of revenue were being frittered away. Do you understand? Some of them were even going into private pockets. Look, take for instance mining. When governor came in, all those people mining at Ohuma and all these places, they weren't remitting anything. Some of them were remitting, but they were going into private pockets. Individuals were pocketing them.
Sorry to cut in, Dr.
Yes.
Well, personally, I was really, some of us were surprised.
Yes.
To learn that there were mining activities taking place in Enugu before now.
Yes.
We never really knew that something was happening.
It was. Do you know that one of those people mining there wanted to give governor 1 billion naira?
To stay away.
1 billion naira to give governor. To governor say pay it.
So that governor will...
he said pay it into the state coffers. Pay it into the state coffers. So a lot of things they are being frittered away. A lot of revenues that should come to government will be frittered away. So all these integrated productive sector, you find out that they have targets. They don't have targets. And you have to turn the governor, you will sit and say, what have you done? What have you achieved? It's just like private sector where you do MPR and say, look, what have you done? What have you achieved? I gave you a target of this. To what extent have you met the target? That's what is going on in the state. And it's paying off. And governor doesn't even feel complacent. For now, governor doesn't even feel that he has. This is morning on a creation day. So he doesn't even feel that we have done anything. And you know that when a man thinks that way, you have achieved this much and he doesn't even think that we have done anything. That tells you where he's headed for. So, and it is 500, look at the budget, 500 billion, that is the target.
For IGR.
For IGR.
Because I know that the total budget sum for the state for 2025 is
971 point something.
Something
billion.
Very close to 1 trillion.
Something very close to 1 trillion. That's what it is.
But the IGR target is 500
billion. So when we're able to generate this thing, we just keep fact and say, look, fact, keep it, save it for our posterity. Then we can cover our operating expenses with IGR and even have a surplus value to do other things. You understand? So
and you are assuring the viewer that this achievement has nothing to do with overtaxation of the people.
No, where are the people who is even being overtaxed in the first place? Because if you mention, people will say it's because of overtaxation. Nobody is being overtaxed. Okay, for instance, you are paying 34,000 naira per annum.
As a businessman.
As a businessman. Is that too much? It is not too much if you want to tell yourself the truth. This is a business where you make, what is the profit you make? Some of them make hundreds of thousands on a daily basis. Do you understand? And you are just giving a part, divide the 34 by 365. It'll give you how much? Just very little a day. Do you understand? Maybe 100 and something a day. Is that too much? It's not too much. If you want to tell ourselves the truth, too much for you to contribute to the development of your state. And this is where you are doing business, you are enjoying the infrastructure, you are enjoying the amenities, but you will not want to contribute this little to the development of the state. No, it is people who weren't paying taxes before that are fuming. They were not paying before. Go to America, go to Europe, UK and all these things. You pay. Some people even pay television tax. Television tax. You have television in your house, you pay for it.
You know what? You know what our people will tell you? Yes, when we go there, we'll pay because it's a planned society, it's a planned system. Things are moving well there.
The planning begins here.
So
the planning begins now and here, and you can see that it is paying off. Do you understand? It's paying off. And mind you, we have not introduced any new tax.
Okay.
This present government has not introduced any new tax.
Okay.
All the taxes are statutory, backed up by law, ab initio. So before the governor even came on board, all these things were already there in place. So it depends on you how it is activated and how serious the government is. Do you understand? Because this tax should be paid. They are statutory. The taxes and fees are statutory. So that you are paying 34,000 is so little.
And the 34,000 for business owners is for a year.
Per annum is for 1 whole year. So if you pay that, nobody will bother you till next year. Is it too much? It's not too much.
Especially for a government that is actually rendering.
And then again, you can see that this thing is being plowed. It's not as, even those of us who are in government, it's not, look at me now. Am I living a flamboyant life like a government?
Well, until I follow you home.
no, but that's the truth.
Until I have to go with you.
Chris, that's the fact. That is exactly the fact. The government is focused and is about the people. It's all about the people, the development of the state, and about the governor is passionate about it, passionate about development, passionate about social services. Look at what he's doing in the area of education, smart schools. Look at what he's doing in the area of healthcare. Apart from the 260 smart school, type 2 hospitals, he's also building now to completion the Enugu International Hospital. Which will be...
We'll appreciate. We are going to take these things one at a time.
Yes.
So that I think we have all of the time to talk about these things.
Yes.
Because sometimes the people are quick to forgetting.
Yes.
They are quick to forget. So
and when we mention 260, we are not talking about 7 smart schools. We are not talking even about 17 smart schools. We are talking about a whooping 260.
Talk to us more about the smart schools, because these are the things we know that the government has actually put in place to position the state for the future.
Yes.
So let's learn more about
the smart school.
The current state of has it started?
Yes, it has started. The smart schools have all started, and there are pockets of some of them that are doing finishing touches like painting, which will also start within this academic session. Do you understand? And then you know that the smart school is also free. It's not as if anybody is paying anything. The students, they don't pay anything. And they are fed once in a day, their lunch.
Free feeding?
Yeah, free. Free school uniform. Books. Every child is entitled to a tablet. You have a tablet, you understand? And it is free. And then you're exposed to main currents in modern education. Like mechatronics, robotics, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality. These things are being taught at a smart school. Picking the Enugu child young and then placing them in such a way that by the time the child leaves from crèche to GS3, the child shall have been imbued with skills and qualities that they can offer services to anywhere in all the world, anywhere. From the comfort of your home, you can offer services to companies abroad and all that. Can stand on their own, even if they don't want to further. And you know that we're also targeting smart secondary school.
Yeah, because I know a part of the society is raising issues about why are we just dealing with from crèche to GS3? What happens to SS1 to SS3
now,
students?
in all the 17 local governments, there are going to be one secondary school. Smart secondary school. So that you can move from when you finish from there, you can easily move to the smart secondary school. And then we're also asking universities to adopt experiential learning. Do you understand? That's like somewhere like ESUT. I've adopted experiential learning. Experiential learning is something that you do it practically. You see it and do it practically. Because most times we are given to theories.
That's right.
Theories. Some of us will cram and cram.
Just to pass
and during the examination, you pour it, and that is the end. Immediately you pour it there, you forget it. Okay? You pour it there.
I beg your pardon. Somebody was saying that he saw his teacher.
Okay.
I think secondary school teacher. And he said, "Sir, I'm still looking for X."
Hey.
He said, "What is X?" He said, an equation he gave them one day in the class. He said, if this minus this is equal to this,
What
find
is
X.
X?
So that he has been looking for the X for how many years and he's yet to find the X. Anyway, just on the quick side. Anyway, so just go ahead with your conversation.
Yeah.
So now, special learning at the higher institution level
Yes.
is to bring the practical experience to the students.
Yes, so that the student will see it. If we are talking about virtual reality, augmented reality, you do see it there, you wear it and you see, like if you want to see the planets, for instance, you put it there, and then the virtual, you will begin to see the various planets there and how they are made and their configurations and how they are. You understand? And in the other, if we are teaching you planets in geography, for instance, we say those days, we say Mr. Vincent Eze must join the school union. Then that's the thing we used to remember the order of the planets. That's Mercury, Vincent, Venus, Eze, Earth, Mars, join Jupiter, school, Saturn, Union, Uranium, next period, which is Plato. So you'll be able, but this time around you are being told. But when you put on the virtual reality, is an equipment that when you put it, you'll be able to see the various planets and the way they are. That's what we mean by experiential learning. You see that this one is bigger, this one, you see the features and all that. Okay, so it's part of experiential learning.
This is a strange direction in school curriculum. Because
yes.
We know the curriculum actually.
Yeah, that's what the governor wanted to do because he primes education very highly. He places much premium on education. Perhaps because of his own personal experience. You understand? You know how he went to school. Mean by that? No, you know how he went to school now? He wasn't, I think he trained himself and has a checkered kind of history. At a point, he was even doing business at Alaba International Business.
The governor?
Yes. Now, he was importing and all this. From there, he now went to University of Lagos, sponsored himself. Before he went to University of East London to study law. And came back and all that. So it was not as if the governor himself was just picked from anywhere. He had experience, and that's why he has this heartbeat that our children should not pass through this thing. That he has to put education in such a way that it will be easy for every child in Enugu State. People don't understand what the governor is doing. You understand? It is his passion, very passionate about it, that every Enugu child should be given to education. That you must learn so that you will not even pass through what he passed through. That's what he's doing.
That's right.
Don't pass through what I'm passed through. Pass through. I will give you a leeway to better education.
You know, when some persons came up with the position, why must smart school be everywhere? Why are we building 260? Why are we not limiting it to maybe the urban centers? Are we going to be able to sustain
so that
this project,
so that the child in the city will be trained and the child in the rural areas will be left, because this is spreading education, that kind of education down to the grassroots, so that it doesn't matter whether you are in Nkporogu or you are in Obimo. The fact that you are in the rural area should not debar you from having this kind of education.
Beautiful.
So it is for everybody. It's for everybody, whether you are rich or poor. You must accept. We must be given to this quality education. That's what the governor has done.
After all, it is going to be the same examination.
That is it.
When it's time to take the WAEC exams, the students coming from the rural areas,
they don't ask you, we are going to set exam different from what obtained.
The same JAMB examination.
The same thing.
The same institution you all go to.
Yes, you all go to. That is the fact. So that is why he has made it a grassroots thing.
Okay.
Every child must have access to it.
Since you've told us that the smart school is actually started in earnest, well, kudos to the people of Enugu on this development. And you said it's free of charge.
Free of charge. No, you are not paying a dime. You are not paying for books. You are not paying for your school bag. All you need, just make yourself available.
Okay.
Just make yourself available. They give you school uniform, give you school bag. Then if there is even a bus that will be there to take you to school. So that going to school is no longer because my father has a car and he's taking me to school. You are there and a car will come and pick you to school. Do you understand? The governor has done it all for our people.
And this comes from crèche to JS3.
To JS3, from crèche.
I don't know, GTC, that one or two persons have actually come up with the position that they were asked to pay. And this is
Yes.
at the secondary level.
Yeah,
and they're saying the payment is exorbitant, so we don't really...
No, GTC is
Can you give clarification about
GTC
this?
is a different thing altogether. That one is vocational education.
Okay.
You understand, where you learn these skills. There are skills that you learn from the GTC. Do you understand? And the people also live in the school.
Okay.
You live there, there's accommodation, there is feeding.
For the students?
For the students. So you have to pay for it. That one, you have to pay for it.
Okay.
I think that one, I don't know exactly the price, but it's not even too much. But you have to pay. Because that one is vocational.
So it's a different arrangement.
It's a different thing altogether. It's not part of the smart school.
Okay.
The smart school is different. The smart school is from crèche to JS3.
Through primary to
but
junior
this
secondary
one,
class.
but this one is completely vocational. Do you understand? It's for you to acquire skills. And then maybe when you graduate carpentry, masonry, forestry, or whatever that is the skill, you acquire it and go and deliver. That one is different.
All right. Well, signals are coming for us to go on a very quick break. Otherwise, I know that talking about the education sector in Enugu State so far, we have it within the media space that the budgetary allocation by this current administration for education is beating the United Nations standard. It's up to 33% of the budget.
Yes.
Well, we'll return from this break. Don't go anywhere, dear viewer. We're still here.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
All right, everyone, you're welcome to the show, The Arena, on Aneke Television today, and we still have the honor of having the presence of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on new media, talking to Ross on the recent development of a budget declaring that Enugu State is the likeliest state in the Federation, Nigeria, to survive without federal allocation, as we know that our own federal system of government is actually the other way around. In the United States, we know that each state is allowed to tap its own resources, okay, and then make some, payments, some percentage to the federal.
Center.
But in Nigeria's case, the reverse is the case. Our federal system says the federal government is responsible, is in charge, in control of all the resources everywhere. But then at the end of each month, the state governors go to the federal government for allocation. But here we are talking about a state in Nigeria, out of the 36 of them, Enugu can now boast of surviving without necessarily depending on the allocation from the federal monthly. So we want to see how true, how real all of these things are. And Dr. Ruben Oinch is here talking to us about this thing. So away from the education sector now, I saw a beautiful write-up that you put up when this report actually came out, titled The Enugu Economy and the Lofty Stability Mbaha's Road, written by Ruben Oinch. That's your humble self.
Yeah.
You understand. I went through, beautiful piece, beautiful write-up.
Oh, thank you.
Talk to us about some other areas that the governor is actually driving much revenue from, apart from what we've seen in these other critical sectors now. Where else are we actually saying, yes, we are beating our chest proud and we are making money in Enugu?
Okay, you know that we are bringing in investors.
Okay,
look at something like the electricity market is liberalized, so that we have players coming to the value chain. of generation, transmission, and distribution.
By the state?
Yes, it's another, and we have so many of them now coming in. Some are even coming in with, like European Union wanted to partner with Enugu State in the renewable energy sector.
Okay.
You understand? And all these things are areas where if we begin to have these investors, then that's why the governor is saying that this is money on the creation day. We are talking about 180 billion. Our target is 500 billion because of what we are doing. So we are trying to bring in people, you know, in the electricity market and other sectors. Do you understand? And when we have investors flock as they are doing, a lot of things are involved in terms of revenue generation to the state and all that. Okay, if you look at something like ICC, for instance.
The International Conference Center.
It's already generating a lot of revenue to the government.
Okay.
Because it's fully engaged. I don't know of any day where activities are not happening there. You understand? It's generating, the hotel presidential is there. And then the UPPL, you know about the UPPL and the $1 billion naira investment in it. That's United Palm Product Limited. And then it's also another.
Has that United Palm Product, has it actually kicked off?
Of course it has now.
Oh, really?
It has taken off, of course. Since last year now.
Where am I? Where am I?
So there are so many of, and we're talking about, look at Niger Gas, for instance. Niger Gas, Niger State, Sunrise Flour Mill. All these are areas where the government is generating revenue, you understand, apart from the taxes, you understand. So that is it. That's it.
Okay, beautiful. What's the state of the ongoing Enugu International Hospital now?
Okay, I didn't even talk about Enugu here and all that.
Okay, we'll take it one at a time.
So Enugu International Hospital is almost completed. You know, if you look at the outside, you don't know that some things are happening until you go inside. Maybe you just one day take a walk to the place, you shout, because a whole lot is done already.
Along the Rangers Avenue?
Along the Rangers Avenue, just enter. I think what they're doing is that they're just walking inside and left the outside and we're walking in terms of installing equipment and everything is done, already painted and everything inside. But if you are just passing, you will not know that anything is happening.
This is happening.
So I think they're finishing touches.
Wow.
And when they do that, this medical tourism abroad will stop. Going to India, going to US, going to UK and all that for maybe kidney or cancer or heart and all these things. All these things will stop because all these things will be done here.
Okay.
So it is like making Enugu a tourism hub, a medical tourism hub, so that whatever issue you have, and you know that it's going to be cheaper if you had maybe heart issue, for instance, and instead of going to India, you are here. You think of cost of even processing visa to India.
That's right.
I think it will take up to 3 million to process visa to India, and then the flight tickets and all that, and then the money that you are going to pay there, because once they know you are African, I know that they charge us more than they charge their own people.
That's right.
You understand? They will charge you this high.
A friend of mine, sorry to say, a friend of mine who is overseas actually narrated an incident to me the other time and said that most of the doctors abroad are people.
Yes.
But the cost when they want to treat our people is always higher.
Yes.
He said, but he had a certain health condition that he needed to come back home to be attended to here in Nigeria because of the cost. It was cheaper for him to come back home. He was treated in one of the hospitals in Lagos, and then he left back. So is that what we are looking at with Enugu International Hospital?
Governor, I think he has a understanding with our people in the diaspora.
Okay.
You understand, who are going to repatriate some of these expertise here. You understand? So you can be here and then help. You know, that's their own way of assisting to make the system work. You understand? So they will be brought in. Some of these medical experts abroad will have to come back home. You understand? And they will be here so that they can attend to these issues. And moreover, the equipment is being installed. Everything needed is being installed there.
Yeah.
High level of equipment, that medical equipment, the one that will screen, the one that does, everything will be here.
Okay.
So that if you have these issues, and it will be subsidized.
Okay.
That's what government will do. So it will be cheaper. Governor is interested in the health. Look at what he's doing, building 260 type 2 hospital in various wards. That is bringing Medicare down to the grassroots. So that if you, and then what is going to happen is that those type 2 hospitals, there will be also what we call telemedics. That is where your records will be on the system, so that even if you leave that place where you registered, you can still be attended. And some of the issues you have, a professional maybe outside the country should be able to, with the equipment they put on ground, diagnose you and get to know what is wrong with you at that locality where you are, and profile solutions and give recommendations for you. You understand? So it is a high-level way of ensuring medical services for the people in the villages. You know how people, when somebody is really sick, you go to, you start with a nurse in the village or the chemist. They will give you drug, over-the-counter drug, and then at a point, if that one doesn't do, they will say, okay, that you go to town. Like from my village now, they say, you know, they will now go to town, Soka. And then at a point, I say that one is becoming too much now that they have gone to Enugu. Wow, Enugu. You know, that kind of a thing. So because the more you go, the
higher the cost.
You know, so but this is something that the governor wants to take care of.
Stepping
so
it down.
So step down so that you can attain that level of medical services at the place where you are. That's right. What His Excellency has done.
Okay, that's for the health sector. I don't know. Quickly now, before the signals come, we need to look at what is going on with the Enugu Air. The Enugu Air we know has been launched. Yes. It came with so many promises. Yes. We started with about 3 flights, 3 airplanes.
To 6 now.
It has been increased to 6.
And it's also going to Were, going to Abuja, going to Lagos.
Has the routes expanded?
Yes, expanded. There is a process of expansion.
Okay.
Yes, the target is that apart from connecting all places in Nigeria, we're also going to connect Africa and then the world. Yes, that's the target. So they now have 6 airplanes.
Wow.
That are flying. You understand? So it's a gradual process of improvement.
And I hope the Enugu Air is not for leisure. Is it for business?
Well, the fact is that Enugu Air is for business, but at a subsidized rate.
Okay.
That is it. You found out that they are not charging the same thing as the other ones. As a matter of fact, everybody wants to fly Enugu Air because of the affordability.
Okay.
It is affordable when compared to what APs charge, what United African stuff charge, and what Bomb Air and all that. So it's relatively cheaper to fly Enugu Air.
And I hope he's raking in money too for the government.
Yes, of course it is, and that's why I'm saying that when we look at revenue profile of Enugu State, somebody will say tax, and I say how much are we getting in tax? There are all these things. Look at Enugu Air.
Yeah.
Look at all these things that are generating the assets that are generating funds. You understand? It's not about tax. Their tax cannot even go far. But governor, in his creative ability, was able to profile these solutions that, these are solutions, because it's all about solution.
Okay.
You understand? A solution economy, if you're able to provide solution, you're making money. You understand? That's why somebody say if you want to attract bees, plant flowers.
That's right.
Because if you plant flowers, bees will come and perch on it. You understand? So it's about this expansion here and there, playing into various markets, and, and opening up the Enugu economy for investors to come in. And by so doing, everything will thrive. Government will get revenue. People, anything you do, for instance, we're talking about some of these industries where, we maybe need your cassava for production.
Okay.
You understand? So that when you cultivate cassava, you find easy market for it.
So let's get into the agriculture sector now. Yeah. What is actually going on there? We understand the rates of economic hardship, hunger in the land, food insecurity. the high cost of food prices in the market. I don't know what has happened in the agriculture sector in Enugu so far. Please talk to us about it.
You know that the governor actually tried to boost food production by empowering farmers. There was a time all the cassava farmers were registered in the state, and then they were also given grants in terms of money, in terms of farm implements. In fact, not just cassava farmers, but farmers in the state. Several times they had come to Okpara Avenue, where they were giving fertilizer, giving farm implement, giving seedlings and all that to go and produce. And it is actually paying off. It's actually paying off because you notice that if you notice the cost of food in the market now is quite lower. The bag of rice now, how much does it cost?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Yeah, it's coming down. Prices of
the painter of Gary now, I think, is between 900 to 1,000 in the market, as against 3,000, 4,000.
I heard that time.
That's right.
It's because there's increase in food production. That's what it is. Because it's common law, you know, when the supply increases, the price will fall down. The common law of demand and supply.
That's right.
Supply. And when the supply reduces, the price will go up. So pricing and supply has a positive relationship. So you find out that what the government has done is to, channel funds and this product, channel funds and resources into agriculture to ensure. I was discussing with Commissioner for Agriculture the other day, and he showed me a chart. You understand where this is where we are now in terms of maybe production of cassava.
Okay.
This is where we're headed for. This is where we are in terms of production of palm oil. This is where we're headed for. This is where we are in terms of garden egg, tomato. You understand? So efforts are made to boost these things, their production. And you find out that the state government from time to time will gather farmers and say, look, we are doing this. We are giving you grants, funds, seedlings, farm implements, fertilizers to ensure production. And when you produce these things, it's not as though government will be the off-taker. You know about the farm estate.
I was just waiting to ask you, how far has that project, the farm
estate, yes, it's also taken off gradually. Okay. It has not really fully taken off, but it's taken off gradually. And there are places where we have the farm estates. You'll find out that this is about 200 hectares of land given to 200 farmers, with the state government empowering them with seedlings, with cash grants, and all that, and equipment and fertilizer. So you go into production. By the time you finish the production, government will be the off-taker. You understand? You will just sell to government. And then you know that we have a Enugu marketing board there, Enugu State Marketing Board, which is also assisting, because we have Enugu Gari, we have Enugu Cashew and all that. So by the moment, by the time you produce, government will buy them off, do you understand? And then sell at reduced prices to the people. So all these things will enhance food security. Do you understand? Because, I think last year or so, we were hungry. People were hungry. Prices of things went up in the market.
That's true.
It wasn't anybody that told people to return to the farms. People had to go back to the farm. Because if you are with, you will die of hunger. People had to do. So what government did was, okay, you have gone back to the farm. All right, we're giving you this, we're giving you that to help the production. And when you finish, you are finding it difficult to sell, bring it to Enugu Marketing Board. We'll buy from you. You understand? And then we'll be the off-taker so that you can go back and produce more.
All right, so the target is there will be surplus food.
Yes.
At a very
and
cheap
not just we are talking about cassava to ethanol. Okay. It's not just, we are not just producing so that food will be abundant for our consumption, but we are also producing to export. That's why government is getting the international wing and the cargo wing of the airport ready, because we want to export, we want to process these things. We have agro processing zones, and also one. So what we do is we get these things and process them into tangible products that we can export. Like cassava.
And continue to
rake in money. So it's all about revenue generation. So when somebody is talking about tax, I will just look at you and laugh, because tax is nothing to compare to what the government is doing to ensure that we have more revenue. And you can see that it's paying off. in the state. It's paying off. Look at where we are today.
Honestly.
Internal revenue generation.
Okay, now Ruben Onshi has guaranteed us that it is not just mere paper stories that Enugu State has been ranked to be the most likely state in Nigeria, you know, to survive without a federal allocation. So you heard from the mouth of the horse himself. Let me ask you this quick one. Is Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, is he having any certification on financial management? Because I know in the records we have, he's a lawyer. You understand what I mean?
Yes, he's a lawyer.
Did he at any point in time study financial
yes, of course.
management?
He attended this business school in Spain.
Okay.
Spain, I've forgotten the name of that business school. He was even at Harvard, yes. And governor, as governor is now, it might be funny, but you just hear that the governor has exam. He's writing exam. Before you know it, he has flown to US to write exam. You know, he's still studying. Still studying, going to these business schools, learning. So he's a financial manager, he's a financial expert in financial management. Yes, I think he read finance in one of the business schools.
Yeah, because I'm beginning to wonder his ability, his financial management strategy, and the rest of them. So
somebody that read business administration should be able to, if you read it well, should be able to think the way he thinks.
Okay.
But you know he's cerebral, highly cerebral, and has these complex seeing abilities. He said, look, I don't think like you. You know, where you don't even think of money. I see money everywhere in any state. I see money everywhere. That's what he tell you, I see money. Where you think there's no money, say, no, look at money there. Look at money there. So, governor is highly creative, financially intelligent, and cerebral. So he knows what he wants, and he's a man that matches his thoughts with action. It's not just about thinking. You could think without, bringing it to bear, but what he thinks and brings it to bear on tangibilities. You get to see it, and that's what it is. Presently, the president made him the chairman of committee on the revamping of
I actually didn't want us to go talking politics today.
Okay.
I just needed us to talk of the economy.
But that one is not even politics. Because this is someone who has the capacity. Looking at what the governor has done with security in Enugu, building the command and control center, which I don't think the federal government has yet to build. So
even the FCT.
So you now see that at that command and control center here, you monitor the entire Enugu state. Entire Enugu state, including Uzuwani, your place. The other day I was there now, I was seeing Uzuwani. I was seeing some forests.
On the screen?
Yes. When people go to four corners everywhere, you will see it. 3 times, vehicle is passing, you will see it. Even those forests where those so-called kidnappers will take people. It's not as though the government doesn't know where they are. They know, but the point is that you have to do it in such a way that you don't victimize the victims.
Okay.
You understand? You don't get to kill the victims. That's just the only thing. It's not otherwise. If you say you kidnapped anybody, government seeing where you are. You have no hiding place.
In the state.
Of course.
That's
reassuring
enough.
So these are the things the governor has done, and that's why the president considered him fit for that appointment. You understand? Because of what he has brought, the technology that he has brought to bear on security here is top notch.
No, it's a huge one. We saw the
Have you been to the command and control center?
Yes, of course I've been there. We saw the report of the recent task given to him by the president.
Yes.
To actually.
So he's bringing in robotics. We are talking about it because the training for the police and all these security people. He's talking about the governor. If you heard him yesterday also, he said, "Look, we need to bring in robotics. We need to bring in AI. We need to bring in mechatronics and all these things to bear on trainings, so that when you say you are said to have been trained, you acquire these skills that will enable you to be able to
execute your job
on the job."
Ruben Onshi, I said I wouldn't want to take us to the political aspects of what is happening in Enugu, but on a later day, we look forward to having you here. We understand, aside the position given to the governor by the president, the task, we also understand that your principal, the governor, has actually changed his political party.
Yes.
You know,
yeah. Okay, we haven't seen since then.
Leave it for another day. So we are going to talk politics on another day on this platform with you, so that we'll really understand what it means to plug Enugu to the center, quoting the words of His Excellency the Governor. But this is where we're bringing our program to end today. So we want to thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if you have maybe 1 or 2 lines to give to the viewer.
Well,
maybe a reassurance.
Yes, that's it. It's just to reassure the viewer. Like the Bible says, God said, I know the thoughts that I think of you. They are the thoughts of good and not of evil, of peace, and to give you an expected end. That's what the governor is doing. The governor is thinking positive. The governor is thinking innovation. You know, because he wants to take Enugu to the higher heights in terms of the economy, human standard of living, making the Enugu man somewhat economically liberated, and then ending poverty, so that you might not be all that so-called rich, but you will not be poor. That is what the governor is doing. So I'm urging everyone to support this government with your prayers. Pray for the governor, and then support us in every possible way, knowing full well that we are working for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Certainly a good place to leave it today on The Arena. Keep watching. My name is Chris Anibogo.
And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society. Please join us as they share their thoughts.
First of all, I'm not passionate about leaving the country per se, like the Jackpot thing. For me, I want to actually stay in this country and then build myself. If I should go outside the country, it should be for vacation and, you know, to come back. Yeah, so I'm not really interested in the illegal parts, or whether it is legal or illegal. I'm not really interested.
I just want to be free. I like freedom. I like comfort. So if I'm leaving, I want it to be legal.
Human trafficking in Nigeria is not something we hear about every day, but then we know it's happening. So, but we don't hear about measures they take to curb this thing happening in the country. I don't necessarily have to say they are doing very well, but from the news, we don't hear things where we don't hear things like them getting curbing it, or maybe them busting out these human traffickers. We don't hear things like, okay, so number of persons were caught trafficking and then they have been jailed or an action has been taken against them. We don't hear these things, so we don't know if they're actually doing enough. So we'd actually urge them to do these things, and when they do it, they have to like let the public know that, okay, we as a government, we are fighting human trafficking.
When you talk about human traffickers are talking about exchanging of, that is sending our young ones outside for personal purposes and personal profits. Well, what I will actually say is because the way this country is something less now. Because the first thing that the government need to do is have to fish out those who are involved in it, and I know they are doing it. Now, one benefit I know as a computer scientist or as a computer engineer is making use of what this AI to fish out them. If they can improve on that technology, I believe they can easily be able to track out those who are involved in it. And once they're able to track out those involved in it, then those who are involved should face the persecution, should face the law. What the law says about it, then they should be able to face it. By the time they face it, I believe things like this will reduce. So my advice to the government is for them to improve their technology and how to track this thing. But for now, for me as a scientist, Nigeria is really lacking behind in terms of improvement of technology. That's what I actually want them to improve on. Nigeria is actually lacking behind in terms of technology. By the time they improve in technology, I believe tracking of this human trafficking will be very easy for Nigerians to do.
For human traffickers, I feel like there should be a capital punishment because no one deserves to be trafficked, and it's actually a very, very serious offense.
It's something the government should take into consideration. It's not something we hear about all the time, yeah, but then it's something that still happens, and it still happens in many places, but then we don't really hear about it that much. So the government should actually do something or take any measure to curb human trafficking.
I don't really care about that. Again, I feel like everybody should mind their business. It's their marriage and it's their life. There's a reason why Regina Daniels, is coming out to everybody to complain. Again, probably she's too scared to face it, out in her marriage. You understand? Because I heard that she was domestically abused. Again, so that can traumatize her to do anything. So she's not seeking help from outside people. Nonetheless, anyone that works for them.
I don't think it's over. I think it's just hitting a rough patch. Yeah. Because, as they say, you cannot get in between two lovers. As she said in her recent post that she married him out of that, she fell in love with him. So,
I am Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. History was made in Enugu State as Governor Peter Mbah officially joined the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC), marking a major political shift in the state. Speaking at Enugu South, the council chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Kele Ebane, said the council has agreed to stand with the governor as he moved from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the APC. He described the move as a step towards aligning with the national leadership for the progress of Enugu people.
In aligning ourselves with the policies and the principles of the state, we have found it worthy that we should address our followers, our party members today, that we are taking that very bold step. Note that nothing have spoiled. What we are doing is something that will give us that very platform to continue to serve our people better. And that is connecting Enugu State, Enugu South to the center. We can no longer play an opposition politics again. That was the reason why we are moving today to APC.
The ceremony shifted to Okpara Square, where massive supporters filled the venue wearing APC branded shirts and caps, waving their brooms in excitement. There was music, dancing, and a strong sense of unity as party members and residents turned out in large numbers to welcome the governor. In a speech, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the APC's presence in Enugu State signaled a new beginning for the Southeast, while the President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, commended Governor Mbah for his performance and said it was only right for him to join a progressive team.
Enugu is the heartbeat of the southeastern Nigeria. Is it true? When we have Enugu, are we not having Southeast as a whole? Are we going to do that? Thank you very much. The man that is transforming, the man that is performing, should belong to the progressive family. So if I say Peter Mbah, we say progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive. Peter Mbah, progressive.
The former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Chime, thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for welcoming Governor Peter Mbah into the APC family and called it a move that would strengthen the state politically.
I want to say on behalf of the entire Enugu State, a very big thank you to our distinguished visitors. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for being here to honor and receive our governor into our fold.
For the executive governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, his decision to join APC was a collective one made in the best interest of the people.
APC! Tomorrow is here! APC! Tomorrow is here! Ndi Enugu kwenu! Ndi Igbo kwenu! Ndi Southeast kwezonu! Today begins a march from the margins. It marks an end of being on the sideline. Today, we are coming together as the Southeast to put an end to fragmented politics.
Representing the President, Vice President Kashim Shettima praised Ndibo for their resilience and contribution to the nation. He declared Governor Peter Mba the new leader of APC in Enugu State.
I believe Ndibo have come to the mainstream of Nigerian politics. I want to warmly welcome you to the APC. And as for the APC convention and constitution, the governor is the leader of the party in the state. Your Excellency, you are now the leader of the APC family in Enugu State.
Again, the event was attended by several prominent figures, including Senator Ken Nnamani, Senator Uche Ekunife, Prince Nicholas Okachuku, and others. The high point of the day was the official presentation of the APC flag to Governor Peter Mba by the party's national chairman, Dr. Nentawe Yewada.
Aneke TV.
Aqua, water. Water is life. Ancient, sacred, pure. It remembers creation and carries cleansing. It can be calm or it can rage, but it always moves. Aqua teaches us to be soft yet strong, to adapt yet remain, to flow around obstacles yet shape even the hardest stone. We came from water. We need water, and sometimes when words fail and hearts break, only water falling from our eyes or washing over our skin can heal what language cannot. The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hotel proprietors in Enugu State, under the incorporated trustees of the Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association, have raised alarm over the continued stealing of their business premises by the Enugu State government. The hotelers alleged that officials of the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue have been shutting down hotels across the state over purchase tax and other levies, with guests including foreigners reportedly locked inside during enforcement. Over 100 hotels are said to have been affected. Counsel to the association, Barrister Chijioke Eze, told newsmen that the group has approached the Federal High Court in Enugu seeking judicial interpretation of the laws on value added tax and purchase tax. He stressed that while the matter is before the court, the government should allow due process to take its course and suspend further enforcement. Barrister clarified that the hotel owners are not evading taxes, but are concerned about double taxation, as both federal and state authorities allegedly impose similar levies on the same items.
We are here to state the position of incorporated trustees of Coast City Hotel Owners Welfare Association over the recent happenings in Enugu State on the particular issue. The issue here was that in recent times there is what I may call a demand for the payment of purchase tax by the government, and equally land use charge. And we were briefed to approach the courts, that is the Federal High Court, by virtue of Section 251, Sub 1, Paragraph E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal High Court has the exclusive jurisdiction over matters on taxation. So we were briefed to approach the court to interpret relevant provisions of the laws relating to purchase tax. So based on that, we filed a suit number FHC/ES/CS/308/2025, wherein we commenced an action by originating summons seeking interpretation of relevant provisions of the law, especially the VAT Act, Value Added Tax Act, which gave the federal government the right to collect or receive purchase tax through the Federal Inland Revenue. Because there is this law passed by the Enugu State House of Assembly, that's the finance law of Enugu State, which equally gives the Enugu State Board of Tax Revenue the right to collect the same purchase tax on consumables in the states. And we are saying, or we perceive that as tantamounting to double taxation.
Chairman of the association, Dr. Johnson Ugwoke, described the clampdown as excessive and harmful to the state's investment climate. He emphasized that hotels remain major employers of labor and contributors to Enugu's internally generated revenue. Dr. Ugwoke urged the government to await the court verdict, warning that locking guests and foreign visitors inside hotels during enforcement sends a wrong message to investors and the international community.
Hotel Owners Welfare Association is an association, a body of hotel owners in Enugu State here. We are investors in the state. We mean well for the state. Hotel owners, besides the state government, are the second largest employers of labor here. Our investment is huge here. In the same vein, like he said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as such, we expect that all our members will do the right thing by paying the relevant taxes, levies to the government, which most of us, if not all of us, have done so. But there are gray areas. The recent introduction of this purchase tax and the way and manner it's being, will I say, enforced, so to speak, is what is making us ask not just the public to hear us, but also the government to come in and redress this situation.
Also speaking, Chairman of the Society for Tourism Practitioners in Enugu State, Mr. Chidi Uchendo, recounted how he was denied access to the new EFCC director in Enugu when he went to address legal documents served on some hotel owners. He appealed for improved dialogue between government agencies and stakeholders to prevent unnecessary confrontation and safeguard the state's tourism image.
When I was with the EFCC people, we know what's going on now with EFCC. I was talking with their main person there, although they have changed another director to another director. So the new director, I wanted to see him. They said, no, I can't see him now, for now. And then the man who is there that blocked everywhere, Mr. Promise, is now going to the hotel, giving them some bills, 1.something million, 2 million, 3 million to pay.
Reacting to the allegations, a source within the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue dismissed them as politically motivated. The source maintained that all taxes imposed are duly outlined in the state's consolidated tax notice and backed by law, urging the media to always verify claims before publication. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Hello viewer, welcome to Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. On Teens Fun Hub, we'll be discussing things and matters concerning teenagers, their education, their social life, their relationships, their challenges, and their fears, all on this channel. Well, we've got a lot of packages for you, and I hope you will enjoy all of them. Welcome to the program once again. I am Ugu Onyechuku, and I will be the host for this program. We'll take a short break and we'll come back just shortly.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives. We'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub on Aneke TV, and we are actually heading on to the discussion segment where we'll be dissecting matters concerning teenagers. Today we'll be discussing on a very crucial and important topic. The topic is the journey of self-discovery for the teenagers. Joining me in the studio today, by my left, I have Miss Ejiofor Blessing. Miss Ejiofor, you're welcome.
I'm glad to have you here.
And next to her is Ugu Ifoma. Hello, Ugu Ifoma.
Hi, viewers. Welcome to the program.
And finally, we have Ugu Chinaza.
Hi, viewer. I hope you enjoy this program.
All right, now let's dive in deep into what we have today. So, like I already introduced the topic, we have this section and we are talking about self-discovery, right?
Yes.
For teenagers. And I don't know what's coming to your mind as we are talking about this. I don't know, but let's just dive in first of all. Okay, so before we dive in proper, what comes to your mind whenever you think of the word self-discovery? Let's start with you, Uguifoma.
Self-discovery is knowing more about yourself. As a teenager, you know your weakness, your strengths, your goals as a teenager. So it is knowing more about yourself. Thank you.
All right, that was a good one. Okay, so like I used to tell people, when I was younger, I used to say things like, when I grow up, I'll do this. When I grow up, I'll do that. Quite funny how I never did most of those things, even after I grew up. So, like, what age do you think is the perfect age to start discovering who you are? Because this journey is actually a very vast one, right?
Yes.
So, when do you think is the perfect age to start discovering who you are, Miss Ubuchinaza?
Okay, I think we have to start discovering who you are as soon as you have your will and your mind. You have to, like, go for it.
Okay, so when I was quite tender, I can't remember. Okay, yeah, I could remember saying something like, I want to be a doctor when I was 4. And then when I got to J3, I said, no, I cannot do this thing. So don't you think when we leave this self-discovery journey for teenagers, they tend to be lost and confused in the whole journey, don't you think? Because it's not just... Okay, let me just allow you, Miss...
Okay, when I was small, I was like telling myself I want to be a doctor. But as time goes on, I was like discovering within myself that I love taking care of people.
Okay.
Like, I love when someone is hurt, I like being with the person, like take care of the person. So like that connects with nursing, something like that. So I figured out that I can't be a doctor, but a nurse. That's what I'm going for.
Okay, wow, that's really amazing. Okay, one interesting question. You know, self-discovery is literally self-discovery.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm using the same words. But then, have you ever done something and you felt like, wow, I never knew I could do something like this before? Like, is there anything you have tried, like, for the first time and you're like, wow, I've surprised myself. I'm so proud of myself. Let's hear from you.
Okay. When I was growing, when I was younger, my parents would always like sit around and be like, this is the hardworking one, this is the good one, this is the the very nice one, you get stuff like that. And anytime they say stuff like that, I usually get zero-minded in those things that they say I can do. I usually take my mind off it. But along the line, as I was growing, I decided to try something out, something I felt I could not do, something I felt I didn't have in me. So I decided to try it out, and I was like, I was so amazed. Like, it was really, really surprising for me.
Wow.
So what I think is that you don't have to really listen to what others say. Like, you have to try it out yourself. There's room for mistakes, there's room for correction. You can build yourself up from trying.
Wow, that's a good one actually. You know, she said something that actually caught me. She said they will say this person does this person does that, and she zeroed her mind entirely. But now she has tried those things and found out that this thing I can actually do it myself too. So she's discovering a version of herself that was inside her but was actually asleep. Thank you so much for that piece, my dear. So we're moving on to the next. We want to now dissect how the people around us, how they affect our journey on self-discovery. Our family, friends, our teachers. How do you think they help this journey, or do they help the journey at all? Like, what's your take on this, Ifoma?
Okay, they do help the journey because at a tender age, you need someone to rely on. You need someone to tell the things that are bothering you. So let me say, like, you go to your teacher, you tell your teacher things that maybe your like things you want to do, but you find it difficult to do. Your teacher will guide you, or your guidance will take you to the right path. So they are important to our lives. The teachers, our parents, they are important to our life. Or else they like some sorry, some of our peers. You have to choose the people you talk to, because some people have bad influence on us. So if you are choosing for people you will talk to, you have to choose the ones that will take you to the right path. You have to choose the people that will teach you the right things to do, so that you build more on yourself. Because if you go to people that will mar what you are thinking about, then you know that it is a final record for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is another question. I'm sorry, but we're still talking about the people that influence our journey towards self-discovery. So I would like to bring it a little bit down to a personal level. Is there somebody you look up to, you know, whenever you feel down, and you be like, ah, you think about this person and you like get strength, you get motivated, you get inspired to stand back up, because it's a journey. You know, they say, the journey of, how did they say this thing again? I can't remember, but you have to start little. And there are structures, there are people who help you get to where you want to go to. So who are these people in your life? I want you to bring it down in a little bit a more personal level. Who is that person for you?
My mom.
Your mom. Wow, that's so
She's just like
touching.
a best friend to me, because she's always there to take care of me, and she knows when I'm bothered. Let me just say it like that. Whenever I'm bothered, she's always there. She knows how to cuddle me. She knows how to tell me things that I meant to know. Yes, she's always there. So I just say she's the one I look up to.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about you, my dear?
Okay, I have a lot of people I look up to actually, because I believe that to be the person you really want to be, you really have to have a lot of mentors. So one of the persons I look up to, is Miss Edith Okon. She's actually a graphic designer, but she has made it real big with her skill. So I really look up to her because she started off without being, like, without having any, publicity and all that. But she continued, she was consistent with what she was doing. She kept on showing up every day. She kept on doing what she thought she could do. And today she's a very, very well-known graphic designer. I look up to her a lot.
All right, thank you so much for that. Now let's talk of peer pressure. You know, it's one thing common with young people. I mean, you just want to be approved by everybody.
Feel among, yeah.
You want to feel among. That's the word. Because peer pressure dealt with me, guys. It dealt with me. So, how do you think peer pressure, like, I want to know from your own standpoint, how did peer pressure hinder you from discovering something about yourself? Okay, is there anything like that for you?
Well, yes. Peer pressure, like, okay, if to start with, you sit down by yourself and you think that you say that you will not go out, you will not go out from 7 p.m. to 9, or like you will not go out once it is 7 p.m. Then you will stay. You get a phone call from your friend and say, hello, Ify, can we come out and go for a party? You see, you like to displease yourself by not abiding to your standard. Then you will go out because you want to impress your friends. And by not doing that, they will see you as, let me use this word, like, Jew girl, that you are not among, you don't want to feel among. So they will see you like that, you see. But if you have standard, like if I have a very good standard for myself, if I say no, that will be my no. So even if they pressure me, because I have discovered myself, and I see that I want higher things, I want I want to mingle with higher people, not people that will bring you down. So peer pressure, it really affects, but as a teenager, you have to build yourself so that even if your friends leave you because you are not going to you are not going with them to things that are ungodly, but because you have a standard and you have discovered yourself, you see that you overcome all this pressure. And even after this now, they will start coming to you for advices because they see that you are not doing what they are doing. So
all right. Blessing, has peer pressure ever made you not to do something you wanted to do? You say, guy, these people see me as this, Have you ever been in such situation before?
Yes, there was a time my friends, they were like, they wanted to go out. So we are like, I'm not going to go because my mom will shout at me. So they were like, you're going to go now, you're going to be fast, you're going to come early, you're going to go early. Like, I was like, now, my mom is going to shout too. But they're like, convincing me, let's go now, I got back to know this, something like that. I was like, oh, let me just check. I was like, okay, let me go. Nah, I went to, I came back, like, my mom was shouting, like, I was like, mommy, it's not my fault, it's my friends. They are like, let me follow them and go. I tried to explain, but she was like, why would you allow them to like push you to go when you know you can, like, I'm going to shout. She was like telling me, I told her, mom, it's not my fault. Like, I wanted to be like, I'm wrong. I don't want to be like, let me just go home and go and rest. So I think I had the courage to tell them no, like, any oh no. That wouldn't have happened, but due to I wasn't that courageous to tell them no. So that was what happened. I wasn't that courageous to tell them that I can't do it, stuff like that.
Your mom just reminded me of, our so-called Nigerian parents. You cannot come back and cry to your parents, say they flog your mates beat you. She will, oh God help us. I just love something she said. She said, the courage to say no. I mean, you have a focus. you're heading somewhere, right? You want to discover who you really are, because once you discover who you are, it streams out a lot of things. I mean, it can even help you. It helps in career decisions. Like, I could remember changing my career. Like, okay, I had like 6 different things I wanted to be from the age of 4. Even till my secondary school, like senior secondary, I was still changing things. I mean, there was no focus. I didn't know who I was. I was just there. I was just moving. You know, this peer pressure thing, I think it does this move with the crowd thing.
Yes.
Because once you move with them, you can't really find yourself. You will be lost in the crowd. You
What?
won't know your voice. You will not find who you are. So I'm so glad you said something like that. Let's dive in deeper now. Okay, let's just say at this age, let me believe that you are gradually getting who you are, right? Yeah, you're seeing the bigger picture, because the picture will not really show itself. So if you were to make a very big decision now that you're gradually seeing yourself from another light, how would these people influence you? Like, let's say I come to you and say, this thing you're about to do, this is how you're supposed to do it. I just talked to you. How will you respond to me this time around?
I don't really get your question.
Okay, I mean, let's say right now, you're starting to see who you are. And you're about to make a very big decision, right? And now other people expect something from you, right? But because you know who you are, there is something you want. Now, if I'm that group of, if I'm among those group of people that want you to like do this the way we think you should do it, how will you respond to me?
Okay. Since I already have a bigger picture and where I'm going to, I wouldn't have to listen to them, because they're actually distractions. They're trying to take me back to where I'm not supposed to be. So I'll have to say no. Exactly. That's the only thing I'll have to do, because there is nothing else they can offer. So because I know who I am and I know where I'm going to and I know the heights I have to attain, I must have to let go of everything that is going to pull me down.
Wow, the courage to say no. That thing keeps coming. That means this word no is a very... We need to start learning how to use it, because when I was younger, no was not in my vocabulary. Oh, you come and do this? Yes. Oh, you do that? Yes. I would not say no. But my mom said her auntie traveled overseas and she met with her daughter. And her daughter told her that once a child gets to a certain age, they start teaching them how to say no. You know, these guys, they really have this thing about human rights. You cannot really bully them or push them around because they know their rights. You know, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's move further because of our time. Okay, so I'm now looking at you as someone who we have already established that you people, because of this program, now you are already knowing yourself. Even if you were not knowing, at least these questions will make you think about who the real you is, the real voice you have. So what will you start doing today that you don't used to do before? How will you do it? Let's hear from you, Ifoma.
Okay. From now on, from now on, I'll start doing things that will improve me very well, like will improve my thinking ability, my career. I'll start doing things that will improve them very well, and I'll stop things that will mar my future, mar anything that I want to do, and stop friends. I'll stop keeping late nights, and I'll also try to advise any teenager that wants to listen. I'll try to advise them to discover more on themselves, not to be dependent on others, like to follow the crowd, as you say. So I will stop following the crowd. I will try to sit and improve myself more from now on.
That's really amazing. Like, listen, if you start doing these things you just said, trust me, your life will be very ordered. Let's hear from you, Blessing.
Okay, from now on, I'll try to discover things that I really love doing.
Wow.
Like within myself, without anyone telling me, you can do this. I will do it myself and know things that uh, I can feel comfortable doing, and things that I can do within myself, and not depending on friends that will tell you, oh yeah, let's join hand and do it together. I want to do things that I like. They will say, who did this? Is Chinemerem. She's the one that did it without anybody like assisting me. She did it with friends. I just want to feel like independent within myself and do things that I can really do.
But as a teenager, don't you think your mom is going to see it as rebellion? Don't you think?
Mm, it's not that I'm going to cancel out like entirely. She's going to be amongst, but I'm going to be in charge. Let me just say it like that. She's going to be helping me like a little. Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because we cannot really take out the role of our parents and our, the people we look up to. We can't really take out their role in this journey of self-discovery. Do you have any final remarks for our viewers, your fellow teenagers out there? Ms. Chinaza?
Okay. All I have to say is that teenager out there, no one has the right to tell you what you can and you can do. You just have to believe in yourself and do what you think is best for you.
All right, thank you. Ifoma?
Okay. So my fellow teenagers, I have to advise you to discover more about yourself and not to put in to peer pressure. You own yourself.
All right, Blessing.
It's my teenagers out there. Just an advice that you are unique in any aspect. You're unique and you can do things within yourself if you want to. So let no one discourage you that you can do it. You can do it. And I believe you can do it. And trust me, if you do, you go far in life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And finally, from your host, Auntie Ongi, I think I'll tell you that the journey of self-discovery is not a sprint. It is a journey, and it will take a very long while. And you have to work meticulously to do things and get them right. Go out there, explore, make mistakes, start up again. And trust me, you're going to enjoy life totally. So, and right now, we'll be heading over for the next segment, which is the health tips. And Chinaza is already standing by to educate us on health tips. Chinaza, I hope you are ready.
Hi. Thank you, Antioni. Of course, I'm very ready. Hello, viewer. My name is Ugu Chinaza, and I'll be taking you guys on the health tips segment. So today, I'm going to be sharing a health tips that will help teenagers to manage their body odor. Okay, in the world today, teenagers face a lot of challenges, a whole lot of them, ranging from psychological, emotional, physical, and health challenges. But one of their most faced challenges is how to manage their body odor. Body odor on its own, I believe it's not something bad. It's growth. Yes, it's called growth. So sometimes some kind of food we eat, we consume, help to contribute to the rate of our body odor, like red meat, spicy food, asparagus, all those things, they contribute to bad body odor. Okay, sweat on its own doesn't have any odor, it's actually odorless. But when it reacts with the bacteria on the skin, it gives off an unpleasant smell. So, when you eat food that have high sulfur content, they tend to increase the rate of bad body odor, especially in teenagers. So, with that being said, we're going to move over to the tips that will help you manage your body odor. Firstly, proper hydration. A lot of us nowadays, we don't really take hydration into consideration because I don't know why, like, a lot of us are just in a hurry, usually forget to drink water. Normally for boys, they're supposed to take like 3 liters of water, and ladies 2 liters of water. Hydration is essential for digestion in the body, because when you hydrate properly, those toxins will be eliminated through urination, and less toxins will be excreted from the skin. So these toxins which contribute to bad body odor will be reduced or entirely avoided. Secondly, balanced diet. When we eat more of fruits and vegetables, they help to strengthen the immune system, especially the acidic ones. They wash out the toxins in the body and they help to build us up to be strong. Vegetables are really essential. Green leafy vegetables in particular, because of their high chlorophyll content, they help to neutralize the effect of body odor. And finally, personal hygiene. You must take your time to take care of your body, take your shower daily. You don't expect to skip your bath for 3 days or wear unwashed clothes and smell fresh. No, it's not possible. It doesn't work that way. So you're going to take your time, take care of yourself, and be good, because we are the future and the world is going to be in a big mess if we aren't able to take care of ourselves. So health is wealth. Be clean, avoid germs, and try to live healthy. And I hope you enjoyed that segment of the health tips. And I still remain Chinaza. Now I'm going to be handing over to Antioni to take us on the remaining part of this show, the display of talent. It's going to be quite interesting.
Hello there. I hope you enjoyed yourself on the health tips by Ubuchinaza. I hope you learned how to manage your body odor. You know, they say health is wealth. Okay, so now moving on to the next segment, the talent display segment. And with me in the studio is Kano Promise, and he is a songwriter and an upcoming artist. Kano Promise, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, you say you are a singer, right?
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little more about your singing journey so far.
Actually, I started this year.
Okay.
This year, like within a couple of months. Yeah.
Okay, you just started recently.
Yes.
Okay, for this short period of time, how has the journey been for you?
I would say it has been tough because being an upcoming artist, it's not easy at all.
No.
So nobody wants to know an upcoming artist. Everybody knows Burna Boy, Davido, but nobody wants to know an upcoming artist. So it's been quite tough.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So who writes your songs for you?
I write it myself.
Okay, okay, that's amazing. So back to how you started. Were you like pushed into this thing, or is someone actually motivated you and you were like, I'm going to try this thing?
No, I would say like it's a gift.
Oh.
It's inborn. So when I was little, I used to dance.
Okay.
Before I now channeled it into music singing.
Wow.
So
That's a diversion. Okay, so in this music industry, who is your role model?
there are many though. Firstly is Jerick, Burna Boy, Timaya, Kola Boy, Chella, and Lord Young. That is all I can say for now.
Wow, you have a host of role models. So
Yeah.
okay, so tell us, why did you choose these people to be your role models?
Firstly is that Jerick actually sing for, I like him for his rap.
Okay.
And he sing about motivation.
Mm.
The same thing with Burna Boy. And according to Timaya, he was a plantain seller. So he's a kind of motivation for me that if he can do this, I can actually do the same. So that is why I chose them.
Okay, wow, that's really good. So, what's your plan with this talent now? Do you just intend to entertain yourself? Because you know the music industry is kind of full of a lot. It's either you're just entertaining yourself or you're out there trying to make money for yourself. So what's your plan? What's your dream for with this talent of yours?
My dream is to be signed into a record label, and I will say that I want to use my music to heal souls.
Oh.
Yeah, so that is all I have to say.
Okay. So one last question.
Yeah.
What does this talent of yours, what does it take from you, like your practice time? Do you just sing? You know, I was listening to a program one time and the person who was interviewed said he doesn't really practice anything. He just enters the studio and it comes upon him. I'm sorry. So I want to know, how do you do yours?
I actually write my songs when I'm calm, like when I'm not feeling disturbed or anything. So that is the best time that I can write my song, because if I feel disturbed, I can't write my song.
Oh.
And secondly is that some people actually freestyle.
Okay.
Yeah, but my own, I have to calm down and write the song before I can sing it
So
out.
you think so much, you meditate before your lyrics.
Yes.
Oh wow, that's really amazing. So now we have heard your efforts, the time you put in, your passion, the storyline. So can you like relate with us the challenges you have faced in this field?
Like I said before, the challenges of an upcoming artist is that there's no support. There's no enough support, because the bigger artists, everybody wants to stream their song, but the upcoming ones, nobody wants to hear about them, except from people within him or her.
All right, so now that we have heard your storyline, your efforts, your time, the passion and the energy you've actually put into this thing, we would actually love to hear you sing for us today. Can you do that for us?
Yes.
All right, the stage is yours.
See, my brother, as you never make nobody go there by your side but admit cause many people go like to cram into many things. But my guy, be strong and calm, because normally challenges go come, and it go be like say God no dey, but normally they for heaven they watch, and it go pay according to our deed. When I dey talk, some they say this kid, what are you saying? Will you gonna have a seat? Because they no really care about how you feel. But it matter to them now, their own. Brotherly, stay on your own and steady to your grind, because when you dey down, there is nobody to help you. So you better man up and hold yourself up. No lose guard, my brother.
Wow. I was just dancing to the tune. Wow, this is amazing. I mean, if this voice is out there, the whole world will buy it. Wow. You actually have a very beautiful talent.
Thank you.
And I think my advice to you is to keep on pushing, keep on grinding. Yes, the streets are hard, but you will not stop because they are hard. You just keep pushing till you prevail, right? So thank you for joining us on today's edition on Talent Display on... thank you for joining us today on this segment of Talent Display on Teens Fun Hub. It was actually nice having you around, but I think there is still one more thing. What do you have to tell those teenagers that actually their voices are not yet heard? What do you have to tell them?
There's nothing much. I just have to tell them to keep pushing till you get to the top. Yes.
Thank you so much once again, Kind of Promise, for joining us on today's episode of Talents Display. It was actually fun having you around.
Thank you.
And I hope the doors of the music industry open onto you. Okay. And next up, we have the Do You Know segment. I mean, we have a genius who's going to tell you a lot of things you do not know about. Get ready and sit back, relax. We are going to tell you things that you do not know of.
Hi, Auntie Onyi. Thank you. My name is Miss Chidiebwe, and I'm going to be taking you on the segment, Do You Know? Do you know that there is a lake in Africa that is so alkaline and can turn animals into statues? I bet you don't know that, but trust me, I will enlighten you a little on that. Lake Natron is indeed located in Africa, specifically in northern Tanzania, near the border with Kenya. It is situated in the East African Rift Valley, a region known for its unique geological features and extreme natural condition. Now, about the turning animals into statues. Lake Natron's alkaline water has a high concentration of sodium carbonate, which preserves them through calcification and makes them look like statues. When these animals die in the lake, these minerals coat their bodies and help them to go through calcification and also make them look like statues. Thank you so much for this, and I hope you really enjoyed this. Watch out more on Teens Fun Hub. On this segment, Do You Know?
Oh wow, that was really amazing. A very good one by Chidiebube. I never knew there was a water that can turn someone into statue. Wow, I'm really amazed. Well, these kids actually made my day today, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that enjoyed myself. You did as well. Now, I would want you to keep a date with us on the same station. Always tune into Teens Fun Hub on Aneke TV every Saturday as we bring and load you with lots of interesting and fun and entertaining segments to keep you entertained. Thank you so much. And until next time, I remain your host, Auntie Onyi. Bye.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
And we are on the street today to find out what Nigerians think about some trending issues in the society. Please join us as they share their thoughts.
First of all, I'm not passionate about leaving the country per se, like the Jackpot thing. For me, I want to actually stay in this country and then build myself. If I should go outside the country, it should be for vacation and to come back. Yeah, so I'm not really interested in the illegal parts or whether it is legal or illegal. I'm not really interested.
I just want to be free. I like freedom. I like comfort. So if I'm leaving, I want it to be legal.
Human trafficking in Nigeria is not something we hear about every day, but then we know it's happening. But we don't hear about measures they take to curb this thing happening in the country. I don't necessarily have to say they are doing very well, but from the news, we don't hear things we don't hear things like them getting curbing it, or maybe them busting out these human traffickers. We don't hear things like, okay, so number of persons were caught trafficking and then they have been jailed or an action has been taken against them. We don't hear these things, so we don't know if they're actually doing enough. So we'd actually urge them to do these things, and when they do it, they have to let the public know that, okay, we as a government, we are fighting human trafficking.
When you talk about human traffickers is talking about exchanging of, that is sending our young ones outside for personal purposes and personal profits. Well, what I will actually say is because the way this country is something that's now, because the first thing that the government need to do is have to fish out those who are involved in it, and I know they are doing it. Now, one benefit I know as a computer scientist or as a computer engineer is making use of what these are AI to fish out them. If they can improve on that technology, I believe they can easily be able to track out those who are involved in it. And once they're able to track out those involved in it, then those who are involved should face the persecution, should face the law. What the law says about it, then they should be able to face it. By the time they face it, I believe things like this will reduce. So my advice to the government is for them to improve their technology and how to track this thing. But for now, for me as a scientist, Nigeria is really lacking behind in terms of improvement of technology. That's what I actually want them to improve on. Nigeria is actually lacking behind in terms of technology. By the time they improve in technology, I believe tracking of this human trafficking will be very easy for Nigerians to do.
For human traffickers, I feel like there should be a capital punishment because no one deserves to be trafficked, and it's actually a very, very serious offense.
It's something the government should take into consideration. It's not something we hear about all the time, yeah, but then it's something that still happens, and it still happens in many places, but then we
Good afternoon and welcome to the News at 3 on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Bandits demand 20 million naira ransom from farmers in Katsina State. Peter Obi faults federal government over unpaid allowances to Super Eagles. Federal government clears 3-year salary arrears of 1,700 Unity College teachers. Enugu State government launches digital land survey and mapping system. Enugu hosts Human Rights Forum to promote justice and accountability. I am Amaka Nichi. Now the news in details. The Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, has reaffirmed the federal government's unwavering commitment to safeguarding every member of the Nigerian Army Armed Forces carrying out unlawful duties across the country. Badaru made this known while addressing journalists at a ministerial press briefing on the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance celebration held at the National Defense College, Abuja, on Wednesday. His assurance comes in the wake of the recent confrontation between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yeso Wike, and the naval officer, Lieutenant A.M. Yerima, over the development of a disputed plot of land reportedly linked to a former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Gambo. The altercation, which has attracted national attention, raised public debate about the treatment of military personnel performing official duties. The defense minister emphasized that officers who act within the confines of the law must not be intimidated or victimized, stressing that the government stands firmly behind them. He added that the ministry is already reviewing the matter and would ensure due process is followed. Badaru concluded by commending the discipline and professionalism of Nigeria's military personnel, assuring the public that the armed forces remain focused on their constitutional duties despite distractions. Armed bandits operating in Katsina State have reportedly imposed a 20 million naira levy on farmers in Gatakawa village, Kankara local government area, as a precondition for harvesting their crops. The disturbing development revealed by conflict journalist Bakat Sain on X Family Twitter underscores the worsening security situation in Nigeria's northwest region, where criminal groups continue to control vast rural areas. According to reports, the bandits instructed the farming communities to pay the amount collectively or risk violent reprisals. Many residents are said to be selling personal belongings or borrowing money to meet the demand. The situation has triggered outrage on social media, with many commentators questioning the efficacy of ongoing peace initiatives in the region. Observers warn that such unchecked extortion undermines agricultural productivity and threatens national food security. They also argue that the persistent lawlessness highlights the need for renewed, intelligence-driven counter-insurgency operations to restore confidence among rural dwellers. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has berated the federal government for failing to pay outstanding allowances owed to the Super Eagles. Describing the situation as a national embarrassment, Obi, who made his remarks in a post on X, said it was disheartening that players who bring pride to the country are neglected, while political office holders continue to enjoy extravagant privileges. He said the revelation, coming just before the team's World Cup qualifier, further illustrates what he called a leadership failure that prioritizes luxury over service. The former Anambra State governor lamented that young athletes continue to suffer humiliation and uncertainty due to mismanagement and sports administration. Obi called on the relevant authorities to immediately clear their arrears, stressing that honoring athletes' rights and welfare would inspire better performance and national unity. He noted that the government's credibility depends on its capacity to reward merit and uphold fairness in all sectors. He also urged the Nigeria Football Federation to restore professionalism and accountability, warning that continued neglect could erode public trust and dampen national morale. After years of agitation, the federal government has commenced payment of 3 years' salary arrears to over 1,700 teachers and education officers employed in the federal unity colleges between 2019 and 2021. The affected staff, who had been living under financial strain, began receiving credit alert on Tuesday, marking the start of a long-awaited settlement. A spokesperson for the group body, Mark Winfull, confirmed the development, describing it as a victory for persistence and dialogue. He commended President Bola Tinubu's administration and the Ministries of Education and Finance for heeding their plea and ending years of frustration. Winfull said the payment would restore dignity to the teaching profession and rekindle the morale of educators who play a vital role in nation building. He, however, called for the institutionalization of measures to prevent future delays in salary processing and to strengthen transparency in recruitment. Education stakeholders have also hailed the gesture, describing it as a significant step toward restoring faith in government commitments. The Taraba State government has launched a 3-day training program in Jalingo to promote hygienic meat handling and processing, aimed at improving food safety and boosting the agricultural value chain. The initiative, organized by the Taraba Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support (LPRES) project, aligns with Governor Abu Kefe's vision for a healthier and more productive food system. The training, which involves 90 butchers, meat sellers and processors from the Northern Zone, focuses on clean slaughtering techniques, waste management and compliance with national and international standards. Commissioner for Agriculture, Professor Nicholas Nimsan, said the exercise would help reduce health risks associated with poor meat hygiene while enhancing the sector's contribution to the state's economy. He added that the government plans to replicate the program across the state's other zones. LPRES coordinator Hananaya Albert described the training as a landmark initiative that will transform the meat industry, create jobs, and convert animal byproducts into useful materials, such as feed and fertilizer. Farmers from 5 communities in Ondo East local government area of Ondo State have protested at the governor's office in Akure, demanding the release of 2 detained traditional rulers and the return of their farmlands, allegedly seized by land grabbers. The demonstrators carried placards with messages such as "Free our Obas now" and "Our land, our heritage," accusing an influential syndicate of using security agents to intimidate residents. Spokesperson for the protesters, Kokuma Akinwande, alleged that the Olu of Igba, Obashina Olayele, and the Olu of Uloko Agboden, His Royal Highness Moses Akbalara, were arrested for refusing to surrender community lands to private developers. He said the arrest had created tension in the area and urged Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa to intervene urgently to restore peace and justice. Government officials from the Ministry of Agriculture confirmed awareness of the incident and promised to investigate. The protest underscores the rise and spate of land disputes across Nigeria's southwestern states, often linked to encroachment, weak land documentation, and abuse of power. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated that Nigeria's security and economic challenges can be overcome through unity, collaboration, and greater devolution of powers to sub-national governments. Speaking at a special lecture in Kaduna to commemorate Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, Sanwo-Olu emphasized that sustainable development requires empowering local authorities and promoting accountability at the grassroots. He said the current security framework must be restructured to accommodate state policing and community-led responses. According to him, decentralization would enable faster interventions and build public confidence in governance. The governor also lauded President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda for boosting state and local government locations, describing it as a bold move toward financial independence. Sanwo-Olu called on Nigerians to embrace diversity and shared responsibility, stressing that national progress depends on unity of purpose rather than political division. He urged leaders to learn from the vision of Nigeria's founding fathers and rededicate themselves to nation building. Truck and tipper drivers operating between Lagos and Ogun states have rejected new levies introduced by the Lagos State Truck and Cargo Operators Committee last COC. Under the new arrangement, truck drivers are required to pay 3,000 naira per trip, while tipper drivers are charged 1,000 naira. The associations, including the First Nigeria Lorry Drivers Association and the Newborn Tipper Lorry Owners and Drivers Association, describe the fees as exploitative and unsustainable. Their national chairman, Tajuddin Adeoye, told journalists in Abeokuta that the drivers were neither consulted nor given time to prepare before enforcement began on November 6th. Adeoye noted that transporters already pay multiple levies at different checkpoints and that the new charges could cripple their businesses. He appealed to the governors of Lagos and Ogun states to suspend the policy and engage stakeholders in dialogue to avoid unrest and disruption in the transport sector. Still on the local news, the Department of State Services, DSS, has filed a 6-count criminal charge against a 27-year-old man, Innocent Onukumi, for allegedly calling for a coup in Nigeria through his social media account. The agency accused Onukumi of posting inciting messages on X, formerly Twitter, that encouraged the overthrow of the federal government and the suspension of democratic institutions. According to court filings marked F8C APJCR 610-2025, the DSS alleged that Onukumi committed the offense in October 2025 with the intent to cause fear, alarm, and public unrest. The charge filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja by DSS counsel A.M. Danalami also cites violations under the Cybercrimes Prohibition and Prevention Act 2024 and the Criminal Code Act Cap 77 laws of the Federation. Specifically, the defendant is accused of posting the statement, "A coup in Nigeria is needed. Dispose of APC, suspend the Nigeria government and join the AES. That is all we need now." The DSS maintains that such public advocacy poses a threat to national security and public order. Sources close to the agency say Onukumi is expected to be arraigned later this week. The case has already sparked debate among legal analysts on freedom of expression and national stability. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Bandits demand 20 million naira ransom from farmers in Katsina State. Federal government clears 3-year salary arrears of 1,700 Unity College teachers. Still to come in the news, Enugu State government launches digital land survey and mapping system. Enugu hosts Human Rights Forum to promote justice and accountability. Please stay with us.
The Arena with Chris and Iborgo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Iborgo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching the News at 3 on Aneke TV. Now we'll bring you the rest of the news. Delta State Governor Sheriff Obowevori has performed the groundbreaking ceremony for the Kwale Free Trade Zone KFTZ, a multi-billion-dollar project aimed at driving industrialization and attracting foreign investment into the state. Speaking during the event, Governor Obowevori described the initiative as a promise made and promise kept, saying it would unleash unprecedented economic transformation and open new frontiers in energy, petrochemicals and manufacturing. He disclosed that 8 companies had already indicated strong interest in operating within the 1,000-acre site, for which full compensation had been paid to host communities. The governor further revealed that the state had invested over 3 billion naira in Delta Wise Industries, the first firm expected to commence operations in the trade zone. Deputy Governor Monday Onyeme described the project as an economic rebirth for Ndokwa land, adding that one of the participating companies alone could generate over 10,000 jobs. The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to creating an enabling environment for investors and promoting public-private partnerships. He said the KFTZ would also enhance infrastructure development, generate export earnings, and position Delta as a key industrial hub in West Africa. The Imo State Police Command has announced the arrest of 30 suspects involved in various criminal activities, including armed robbery, car theft, cultism, and illegal possession of firearms. Police spokesperson DSP Henry Okoye said the arrests were the result of coordinated operations by the Quick Intervention Team, QIT, and the Rapid Response Squad, RRS, under the directive of Commissioner of Police Aboki Danjuma. Okoye revealed that security operatives recovered several stolen vehicles, including a Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 and a Toyota Hilux traced to cross-state robbery syndicates operating between Imo and Rivers. He also confirmed the arrest of 2 suspects, Uchechukwu Ahamefule and Miracle Eberechi, who were intercepted on the Owerri-Aba Road with a locally fabricated double-barrel gun. The suspect reportedly confessed to being members of the Vikings and Baga Confraternities cult group, which has been linked to several violent crimes in the region. Commissioner Danjuma assured residents that the police would sustain aggressive operations to dismantle criminal networks and ensure a peaceful festive season. He urged the public to continue providing accountable intelligence to aid ongoing security efforts. The Enugu State government has launched a digital survey management system designed to eliminate land fraud, illegal sales, and multiple allocations by digitizing all survey records and approvals. The initiative, unveiled by the State Surveyor General, Surveyor Chime Justice, marks a major shift from analog documentation to a secure, tamper-proof electronic database. Surveyor Justice explained that the new system ensures that once survey data and professional signatures are recorded, they cannot be altered without due authorization, thereby promoting transparency and protecting property rights. Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors Enugu Chapter, Surveyor Emmanuel Namani, described the innovation as revolutionary, saying it enhances accuracy through advanced tools like drones, GPS, and total stations. Commissioner for Land and Urban Development, Barrister Chimubi Okori, said the initiative aligns with Governor Peter Mba's vision to make Enugu the preferred destination for investors through technology-driven land governance. Stakeholders at the unveiling ceremony hailed the digital platform as a critical step toward restoring public confidence in land administration and curbing corruption in property transactions. A human rights and cultural dialogue held at the Center for Memories in Enugu has explored the intersection of Igbo traditional values and contemporary human rights standards. The forum, convened under the Nkata Umuibi initiative, drew participants from academia, civil society, and advocacy groups to discuss how indigenous justice systems can reinforce fairness and accountability in modern governance. Speakers emphasized that Igbo society historically upheld principles of justice, equity, and communal responsibility, which resonates with global human rights ideals. They argued that these values should be harnessed to strengthen social harmony and protect vulnerable groups, especially women and children. Panelists also highlighted the need to revive traditional mechanisms of conflict resolution and community dialogue to complement formal judicial structures. Correspondent Chidimai Kemede was there for Aneke TV.
November edition of Nkata Umuibe, held at the Center for Memories in Enugu, examined the state of human rights in Igbo land under the theme Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ. Guest speaker and human rights advocate Mr. Larry Ogwego emphasized the interdependence between people and community, likening it to that of water and fish. He traced the concept of human rights in Igbo society to pre-colonial traditions of justice and fairness, and decried ongoing abuses by security agencies and government institutions.
When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in Ali. But before that question of the state of human rights in Ali, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azu, the water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azu, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndummiri Ndụ Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dipe, madipe aru no kono noku, diri kambiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo.
Mr. Ogwego urged Ndi Igbo to revive communal values and use their strength to protect the vulnerable. The session, moderated by Mavis Norma, called on learning institutions to champion the restoration of human rights and dignity across our Igbo. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Thank you, Chidimai Kemeda, for that report. In business, the Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to bridge the 2025 budget deficit. The approval followed the presentation of the report by the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debts, chaired by Senator Aliyu Wamako and presented by his deputy, Senator Haruna Manu. Senator Manu explained that the borrowing would finance key projects and sustain government operations in the face of dwindling oil revenues and inflationary pressures. He emphasized that the loan, to be sourced locally, would minimize foreign exchange risks and support the implementation of capital projects under the 2025 fiscal framework. The report received bipartisan support, with lawmakers urging the executive to ensure strict accountability and transparency in the utilization of the funds. Senate President Godswill Akpabio said the approval reflects the Chamber's resolve to support economic recovery while maintaining fiscal discipline. He also directed the committee to monitor disbursements and submit quarterly progress reports. The federal government may suspend the proposed capital gains tax CGT on profits from share sales following concerns that it could discourage investment in Nigeria's capital markets. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, stated that the government is adopting a consultative approach to review the tax implications before implementation. The Senate Committee on Public Accounts has faulted the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, over its declaration of 210 trillion naira in accrued expenses and receivables between 2017 and 2023. Committee Chairman Senator Aliyu Ahmed described the figure as statistically impossible, given that the country's total revenue within the same period was only 24 trillion naira. He demanded that the alleged excess funds be returned to the Federation account, warning that former officials could be subpoenaed into credible explanations and not provided. The committee also raised concerns about the possible illegal subsidy deductions made by NNPCL and its subsidiary, NAPINS. The revelation has sparked fresh debates about accountability in the oil sector, with analysts calling for forensic audits of national oil revenues. The Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, has commenced the second phase of its free prepaid meter rollout under the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's Meter Acquisition Fund, MAF program. The exercise, known as Tranche B, targets 13,335 unmetered customers on Band A feeders across the southeast region. EEDC's group of corporate communications, Emeka Eze, said both the meters and installation are entirely free, cautioning customers not to make payments or offer inducement to installers. He encouraged customers to update their contact information for seamless process. According to Eze, the initiative follows the successful completion of the first phase earlier in the year, which saw 13,614 customers metered under Tranche A. In sports, tension is brewing in the Super Eagles camp as players have reportedly refused to train ahead of Thursday's World Cup playoff against Gabon over unpaid allowances. Sources say the team's protest, which began on Tuesday, stems from years of delayed payments by the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF. Reports indicate that the National Sports Commission has intervened, claiming that funds have already been released to the NFF for disbursement. However, the players insist on receiving full payment before honoring the fixture. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau is expected to meet with the squad to resolve the standoff and prevent a possible boycott that could affect Nigeria's qualification hopes. In entertainment, Senator Ned Nwoko has responded to the controversy surrounding his 6-year marriage to actress Regina Daniels, insisting that his relationship with her was transparent and fully approved by her family. The senator's statement follows Regina Daniels' recent allegations of domestic abuse, which Nwoko strongly denied, accusing her instead of substance abuse and erratic behavior. In a statement issued through his media team, Nwoko clarified that Regina was introduced to him by her mother, Rita Daniels. Nwoko clarified that Regina was introduced to him by her mother, Rita Daniels, and that she was 19 years old at the time of marriage, not 17 as widely speculated. He said Regina Daniels was born on October 10, 2000. If we have been married for 6 years, that means she was 19 when we got married. The public saw her mother give her away. The senator appealed for privacy and urged the public not to sensationalize the matter, noting that both families are working towards an amicable resolution. The controversy continues to attract widespread public attention and debate on social media. And that's the news at 3 on Aneke TV. Before we end the news, here are the main points. Federal government clears 3-year salary arrears of 1,700 Unity College teachers. Enugu State government launches digital land survey and mapping system. Enugu hosts Human Rights Forum to promote justice and accountability. And that's the news at 3 p.m. For more updates and breaking stories, follow Aneke TV across all social media platforms or call 0703-043-7110 for eyewitness reports. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, I am Amaka Neji. Thank you for joining us.